Say, because I should probably link A by saying, all right, Philip, introduce. It's a beautiful day here in Palmerston North. We're at the square, and if you're in Palmy, come along and check it out because it's fantastic to watch this sport live. It's thrilling and it's exciting. But I'm joined by our expert commentator who'll be taking us through the day, Philip Ropeha. Well, it's a perfect day for it. The stage is set. Tell us about the ladies' comp because that's first up. Our 2022 champion, Kylie Heaton. Could she do it again?
Thanks, Christina. Yeah, it is good to be here in Palmerston North and live on stage with a live crowd. Can Kylie do it again? Yeah, I think the form's there. A little bit of an injury just recently could hold her up. I know a few broken ribs, and she said when she's really pulling in that air, it's going to be difficult. But yeah, I think there's a possibility there.
Well, there is another competitor here. She was raised in Greymouth, but she resides in Australia. Anne Patterson, she's back. Tell us about her, because I think she's pretty exciting talent, isn't she?
Well, you always know when they come back from Australia to compete in the New Zealand competition to take the honours that they've obviously got something in hand that they're going to come and prove. And the other thing about Anne is she lives in a place called Blackbutt in Queensland, and of course the other great name that comes from there is the Argent family, who are the kings of Australian TimberSports. So Mitch Argent there has certainly been involved in the coaching and making sure everything's on track. So yeah, very good chance. And just while we talk about Anne, another one who's been a previous winner in this competition, STIHL Upperloo. She's on deck, and we really have a good competition in front of us.
It's a hot field, absolutely, and you can hear them warming up behind us as well, which is fantastic. It's all action down here in Palmerston North, but we also have the rookies comp later in the day and the men's comp tomorrow. There's plenty on the line for these athletes, isn't there? What are they competing for?
Okay, if they can win these competitions in the national format, they have the opportunity to represent New Zealand on the world stage. So for the women's and rookies, they will go to Rotterdam in May, and they will compete for those two prizes. We also pick someone from the Open to take on the World Trophy in Rotterdam. And then, of course, in tomorrow's competition in the Open, we will pick the New Zealand team, and we will also pick the New Zealand individual to represent us. And they go to the home of STIHL, Stuttgart, in November, near the end of the year.
Well, there's plenty on the line for these athletes. And I guess without further ado, we should crack into the action, and you've got to introduce our athletes.
All you need to do is just find somebody that's going to come to us. That's all you need.
Who's going to run the video up on the big screen?
It's just up there at the moment, it'll be up down.
Okay. That video, as soon as it runs, you run it any time you like now because I can't see Wiggy.
We've run it, yeah, so we are live. We are live now, so you're ready to.
Oh, there's no sound.
It's just
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome along to the big stage here at the Palmerston North Cenotaph, right here in the square. We have the National Championship for STIHL TimberSports for you today. And what is STIHL TimberSports? Well, this is the National Championship. Its importance shouldn't be lost on anyone. New Zealand, and if there's any Aussies listening, is the strongest STIHL TimberSports nation on earth. We have 9 World Championship individual titles. We have 5 STIHL TimberSports World Championship team titles. To this we add 2 STIHL TimberSports World Trophy victories, and in 2019, our first Rookies World Championship title. But New Zealand needs to win back some silverware. Right now we have 1 trophy. Australia have 3. And the USA hold the women's title. Today we have the very best competing to represent our land in the original extreme sport. So where does the sport come from? It comes from over 150 years of heritage, because before Andreas STIHL invented the chainsaw, lumber needed to build the farms, towns, cities and nations of Europe, North America, Australia and New Zealand was felled and hewn by axes and saws. As long as there have been these tools, someone has always strived to be the best and the fastest, and now we call that STIHL TimberSports. Right, our first event of the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games will be the Women's Championship. So let's have some athletes on table and we'll introduce them to you. Righto, it's time to meet our competitors. First up, STIHL Upaloo. Now STIHL is a former winner of this competition. She's from Tauranga, been chopping for 17 years, is a lecturer and tertiary teacher, and favourite event is the single saw. Next up, Cherie Taylor. Cherie is from Te Aroha, 38 years in the sport. She is a farmer and likes all of the disciplines, doesn't even have a favourite, so look out. Next up, Kylie Heaton. Kylie is from Hamilton, been chopping for 7 years, Group Service Manager for Agshaw Quality, preferential event, anything with a chainsaw. Alma Wallace from Otaki. Okay, this is the local hope, ladies and gentlemen. 16 years in the sport, a dairy farmer, and another one that likes chainsaws. Karen Corbin. Karen is from Riverton, 10 years plus in the sport. She's a teacher of 11 and 12-year-olds, so I don't think bashing up some wood with an axe will be too much of a problem, and her preference is for the underhand. Emma Riddell. Emma's from Nelson. You could say she's the newbie in here, having only been in the sport for 18 months. She is a criminal defence lawyer, so you can come in later if you need to get her card, and her preference is for underhand. Natalie Patterson, one of our southerners from Wyndham, 9 years in the sport, a farmer and a mum, and another one that prefers the underhand. Anne Patterson, a Kiwi from the West Coast who's now a resident in Blackbit in Queensland in Australia, 8 years in the sport, a barmaid, and under the careful tuition of Mitch Argent, I hear. Single saw preference. Michaela Lord. Michaela is from Otorohanga, 9 years in the sport. She's a mum and also likes underhand. And last but not least, from Rolleston, it is Raywin Windley, 20 years plus, one of the veterans in the field, specialist teacher, and her preference is the stock chainsaw. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are our women's finalists here in the National Championship for STIHL TimberSports. They'll be back on stage 2 at a time very shortly, starting with the stock saw. Now, to run an event like this, you can't just do it with competitors. We have to have some officials. And I'd like to call up our judges for the day, our match referees. So if they could please head up here, please. First up, from Australia, Neil Richardson. From STIHL New Zealand and the New Zealand team, Matt Hura. And definitely last but not least, a man of the sport, Adam Bam Bam Lowe from Nelson. There you have it, our judges. We'll be underway with the stock saw. I'm just going to explain to you very shortly how that event works. Okay, our first event is the stock saw, and I have Anthony Mildren, Mr. STIHL TimberSports New Zealand, just bringing out the saw. Now, this saw is a STIHL MS661. It is a factory saw. It is the most used saw in New Zealand forestry. It is really king of the hill. And of course, if you want one yourself, you can actually go down to your friendly STIHL shop, and they will have one there, and you can have one of your very own. But today we're going racing. So the saws have been matched and tuned, and very soon you'll hear them starting to be run up. The objective is each competitor, and they'll come out here in twos, will go up to this block. This is 40 centimetres. It is a poplar log. They have a limit here of 100 mil, 10 centimetres. They need to pick that saw up and cut 2 rings off that log. One down, one up. If they muck one up, they can make another cut, but they can't breach that line. If those 2 cookies are complete and the judges are happy, they will record a time. because what we're looking for is the cumulative fastest times over all events. The thing about the stock saw, it sounds really easy, just picking up a saw and cutting a couple of discs, but as I am told, it is an extremely hard discipline to win, but it is a very easy discipline to lose, and it all is about balancing the power of the saw and making clean cuts and being accurate. They will come out, the saws will be warmed up, they have 15 seconds to be ready at their block, and on the starter's call, they pick it up and make their cuts. So that's what's coming up for you. Keep an eye out. We're very, very close to starting our event. So not too far away from the first in the women's competition here at STIHL TimberSports 2023 at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, right here in the square in Palmerston North. So the first event's going to be the stock saw. You'll hear some saws starting to warm up down the back very shortly, and that'll be the prerequisite to getting them on stage. So they will be warm. Each competitor will have an opportunity to warm up their saw within a restricted time, and then we're underway to get that big STIHL MS 661 91cc pure power onto those logs and get our event underway. So stand by. We can just hear them starting now, so that tells us we're 5 minutes away from the start of the event. So you just heard the starting cadence. That's what you're going to hear all day at the start of every event. And that is basically what they're tuned in for. And unlike some of the club competitions and wood chopping you may have seen, they go on go, not on one. So you'll see them starting on go. That's when the timers will start. We're using an iPad with a thing called Coach's Eye, so there's no such thing as a draw, really. You're talking tenths of a second. You can do it frame by frame to see which cookie drops first. So the saws are out. So for these saws, they don't just get to take any old one, they are drawn. So if there is any disparity between them, it is luck of the draw. And you'll see that all through the day, all of the blocks are drawn. So you get what you draw. You don't get to pick the best piece of wood.
Starting 1, 2.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is still TimberSports National Final Season 2023, and it is the women's competition we have up first, and the first event is going to be the stock saw. So let's welcome our first two competitors up onto the stage. If we may see, Alma Wallace from Otaki on 1 and Raywin Windley from Rolleston on 2.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So a quick pack up there by Alma Wallace over Raywin Windley. Can she make the most of a good start? It's all about the transition in the bottom of the log, and a bit of a hang up there for Alma Wallace. Gives Raywin Windley the advantage as she comes up back through the log, starts to slow it down. All the work for Alma Wallace to do, but she's not going to do it. And so two competitors, 4 carts. Let's have a look from the judges at those discs, make sure they're okay. Alma Wallace just bogging the saw a couple of times. She started better of the two, got the better pickup. So look to make sure those cookies are complete. They haven't been cut away, and they stay within that 100mm limit that they can cut those 2 discs from. So we'll wait for the judge's view. So a little bit of deliberation going on here. They're just checking the start to make sure that it was within the cadence that was given for the pickup. One time in front of me, so we're just watching through onto the video just to double check it.
Hey.
I think she's right. It's really close though. She's right on the button. Oh, it's on the headset.
Yeah, she's a good, alright. Yep. She wouldn't want me any closer. Yep.
Okay, there was a lot of deliberation, but it's always good to see the first heat go through nice and clean. Our deck crew have got everything ready for our next heat, so we're ready to call up our next two contestants. We'll just get that all-important STIHL stencil put on the end of that poplar log. Sky Sport filming this today. It's also being live streamed. If you have to go away during the day and still want to catch the action, just check under TimberSports or STIHL New Zealand. So logs remarked, stencils on. So the time to beat so far recorded by Raywin Windley from Rolleston in that last heat, our first heat for the competition proper over this weekend. 15.96 seconds. So let's see if that time can come down during the day. Looks like we're ready to bring on our next two contestants. I'll just make sure our timers are all clear. Okay, let's bring on our next two contestants. Let's see, Natalie Patterson from Wyndham coming up against Emma Riddell from Nelson. So Emma will be on stand number 2, Natalie on 1.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber.
So Riddell versus Patterson. Let's have a look.
Go!
First pickup, Emma Riddell cutting that first biscuit, coming down nice and cleanly, balance of power. But I tell you what, Natalie Patterson really balancing the saw, but it's first through the transition, Emma Riddell. 93cc chainsaw just coming up, but at the moment it's all Emma Riddell from Nelson making the best of it. Natalie Patterson comes up short, finishes off the cup.
So that's fine, even though she come down with that to finish it. Yep. As long as she's attempted the upcut. Yep.
So there you had it. You heard Matt Hera. We got a nice clean heat. So sometimes it doesn't matter how it happens as long as those two discs are cut. So if an error is made, you can always go back and correct it, as long as you stay within that 10 centimetre limit. So Shane Campbell got the saw there. One of our deck crew today is just going to trim those logs up to make sure there's no knots where they shouldn't be. Just looking at those two STIHL MS661s down there. Just something that's been introduced. We're not using it for this event, but there's a new product called Hexa Chain. And those of you that know chain will know what square ground is. And it's always been the holy grail for the best chain, but hardly anyone could ever sharpen it. So STIHL have just launched Hexa, which is made so you can sharpen it. Anyone can do it with its own specific file shape. Hexa, obviously, hexagonal shape. So you keep your edge longer. The chain will last longer as a result, and it gives you faster cutting. So if you paired that Hexa chain with a STIHL MS661, it is the fastest combination you can buy off the shelf, not only in New Zealand but worldwide. So that is the fastest cutting chainsaw combination you can get, and of course comes from STIHL.
Probably a bit quick on the time.
Okay.
Just wait until they've attempted to start it. Don't go on when you saying start your saws.
Okay. What's it?
So let them have a roof. If it takes two, it doesn't matter. But as long as they've had a pull at it, then start your 15 seconds.
I'll go from this.
Okay, just got the result back from the previous heat number 2, and Emma Riddell from Nelson takes the benchmark down to 15.36. So a new time to beat. Let's get our next two competitors up front. Ship shape. Let's have Michaela Lord from Otorohanga and Karen Corbin from Riverton. So it is Michaela Lord on stand number 1, Karen Corbin on stand number 2. Just putting some marks as to where they want to
warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Michaela Lord has the best pickup of the two off the ground as they pick up that 7.4 kilograms dry that an MS STIHL 661 as they come on absolutely neck and neck through the first transition, and nice transition from both as they get to the upcut. Karen Corbin, very nice narrow cut, gets it through, and I think she's taken the honours in this heat, ladies and gentlemen. But we've still got to get the fastest time. It's a 15.36 to beat from Emma Riddell. Let's see whether Karen or Michaela can bring that down just a little bit more.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Oh, it's working well today. Through with nice clean heats, and as I mentioned earlier on, the stock saw is a very, very difficult event to win, but an extremely easy event to lose, and usually that comes with the letters DQ after it from either failing to cut round cookies or actually beating the gun or some other misdemeanour that the judges will pick up. Because as you know, last year we weren't able to do it. We went and filmed it on our own up in Kenya. So it's fantastic to be here on the big stage in front of the Military Centre.
So what can we look forward to with the STIHL TimberSports over the next couple of days?
Well, we're into the rookies competition, in the women's competition right now with the stock saw. We've got a very good field. We've got 2 previous winners here, and we have someone who's made the trip away from Australia, where they're now domiciled, to come back and try and take this title. Rookies following it this afternoon. very good field too. Of course, Cleveland Cherry, who took the title last year, is also in it again this year. But I tell you what, Sam Bellamy, there's a couple of others in there that are looking very good. And you can't discount the genealogy that's in there with Morgan Bolstad.
Morgan is David's son?
Yes, he is, and he's taken up the family mantle. He's very, very quick. I had him in the under-21s last year at Litchfield. Took the competition. Very, very good talent for their future.
So here's a little bit of useless information for you. I used to play polo cross with David Bolstad back in the day. He'd go wood chopping in the morning or axeman's work in the morning and come and play polo cross for New Zealand with me in the afternoon.
Well, it's a very gifted sportsman, can do a lot of things. I mean, we've got Jack Jordan there tomorrow in the open competition. Now, Jack also rolled out for the Chiefs for a couple of seasons there as well. He's been doing wood chopping, which we're quite happy about, because he is the World Trophy holder right now as we speak.
Good stuff. We're going to let you get on with it. The judges are ready to start the next round of women's competition, and we'll be floating around. You're doing a great job, Phil, and congratulations to our judges and teams and everybody here making this an event to be proud of. Your media lady's looking at me going, I'm a better commentator than you. She said, well, I'll go and talk to her.
Thanks, Wiggy. Always great to have you along on a great event, which is the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. Our next two contestants are due to come on. Let's have Darcel Upaloo and Ann Patterson.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So the quick pick it up there by Ann Patterson, who's over here from Queensland. A Kiwi who's come over here to take this title, made the effort. Let's see who's first through the transition. Absolutely neck and neck. Darcel Upaloo muffs a little bit there on the upcut. It's giving Ann Patterson all the opportunity under the sun. So our former champion, Darcel Upaloo, just caught on that upcut then. Should be ruining the thought. We said very, very easy event to make an error. You've got very little time to do it because the fastest time recorded, we're talking low 15s. So, yeah, we've got a lot of time to make a decision halfway through the heat. Okay, we're really doing a good job today. Women's competition, as you would expect, accuracy to the fore. And every heat so far through nice and cleanly. We'll check those times for you in a moment. Okay, so just trimming up the blocks, clearing the decks. And tell you, the guys that are keeping up the effort on the deck crew, all wood choppers themselves. Very grateful for their help to come along here. I can see Reece Guscott there performing in Rotorua only a week or so ago when I was there, manning the shovels. So just having another look at the coach's eye just to make sure we get those times exactly right, and then I'll have some times that I can feed back to you. I tell you what, if you haven't got one of those STIHL air brooms at home, you need to go down to your friendly STIHL shop and have a bit of a chat about it. It's the biggest range of outdoor air brooms of any brand in the country by a long, long way, and a couple of new ones just been introduced to fill out the range just a bit further. But once you own a STIHL air broom, you'll never pick up a conventional broom again, I can tell you. They just make life so easy. A job that would have taken you about half an hour, you'll have done in about 2 minutes. Okay, the timekeepers have just come back to me. Ann Patterson, come all the way over from Queensland. Clocks in at a 14.65, fastest time so far. Let's get ready for our next two competitors, if I may ask. Cherie Taylor from Te Aroha and Kylie Heaton from Hamilton to please come to your stands.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Kylie Heaton and Cherie Taylor take for the first cut, both looking down now, both in the agricultural industry, both know how to use a chainsaw. Kylie Heaton first around the transition, doesn't get the next upcut quite as cleanly as Cherie Taylor, so it's all up to Cherie Taylor to be able to take this heat, bring that time down, and she does it too. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Cherie Taylor on fire, on fire. Got to beat a 14.65 in time, but we'll have the time back, but a little bit slower in the pickup, getting the first cut, but really made up for it. Transition for Kylie Heaton, not as good as she would have liked. Probably gave Cherie a little bit of an advantage from that point. Let's see if we can get another clean heat through. There you go. The women know how to make this a nice, clean competition. All the heats through as we would want them. We'll check that time for you shortly as we clear the decks. Get ready for a new discipline coming your way very soon. So a bit of timing to report back to you. Cherie Taylor, wonderful upcut. If you want to see how to balance the saw on its power and its torque coming on an upcut, just have a look at what Cherie Taylor did then. And of course, if you didn't quite see it then from your vantage point, catch it on Sky Television or just rerun the live stream and you'll be able to see how that does. But it was good, but it wasn't going to be fast enough, so the fastest time recorded in the women's STIHL competition, Ann Patterson at a 14.65, and we're going to get an interview with her right now.
I'm down here with Anne Patterson for a quick chat. A blistering first discipline. You must be happy with that.
I'm stoked just to get a time on the board. That was probably the one I was a little bit nervous about because anything can happen, but yeah, I'm so pleased with that, so yeah.
As you should be. Obviously, you're back in New Zealand. Welcome home. How does it feel to be back? Tell us about why you're back in New Zealand.
It's great to be back. I'm actually a South Islander, so this is a little bit away from home. But come back for the STIHL TimberSports to compete. It's been 3 years, COVID and what have you, so I haven't been able to get back. But now I am. I'm stoked. Yeah.
A very good field here too. But are you eyeing that World Trophy spot, the first for New Zealanders?
I think all the girls are. That's why we're here. So it's some pretty tough competition. But yeah, we'll just go out and give it our best, and hopefully come out on top.
Well, 2 more to go. Anything can happen. All the best.
Thank you.
Now, a bit of time for a shout out for the deck crew. These are the guys that keep everything tidy, keep it all cleared away and keep the event going. So who we got out there today? We've got Norm Cherry, Shane Campbell, Grant Feast, and Grant's the one who was running up the saws earlier on, so he acts as our technical man as well. John Gower, Reese Garscott, Ben McLennan and Bruce Liddington. So really, really great to have these guys along. They're all involved in the sport at some level, but here doing a fantastic job to make sure everything just works as smoothly as possible.
Yes, certainly lots of different modules for the students to get involved with here. Day one of the Ford Range of New Zealand Rural Games. Square Palmerston North, nice to be back. 2023. We'll work our way around, finding out about the digestive system. We've got the harness racing and sulkies. We've got the shield system.
So we're just getting ready now for the next discipline here in the Women's STIHL TimberSports National Championship 2023. Very soon you'll see some very, very big handsaws come out, and we'll run through you what the event entails so you know what you're watching. And when you go to the pub quiz, you'll have the answer that no one else will have. So listen carefully when we get to it. So not too far away. We've got the blocks in, so we've changed the blocks over. Before on the stock saw we had poplar, which is the international standard for this competition. Now we're using Strobus. So Strobus pine will be for the single saw competition. So you'll see these big saws come out in a second. The beauty is that these are the racing standard worldwide, and the best manufacturer of them in the world is an outfit called Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws. They are a co-sponsor here for us and have some wonderful axes up as prizes in every division. So you can see the first of the Tuatahi saws as I speak coming out here with Raymond. And we will attempt, we'll take this 40 centimetre block. They're allowed a 25 centimetre starting cut. So they'll put that in. That means that when they get away with the saw, it's going to cut nice and cleanly, and they can complete. One disc doesn't sound like a lot. In fact, it can actually be faster than a chainsaw. But it's got to be a clean cut, just like you saw in the stock saw, and it uses a lot of energy and a lot of concentration to keep this big, whippy saw. You can see them there. They have a nickname. They're called a misery whip. And when you see it going, if it goes wrong, you're going to understand fully as to why they nickname them thus. So the saws are out. Right, looks like we're ready for our first two contestants to come to the stage. Let's welcome Alma Wallace from Otaki and Karen Corbin from Riverton. So Karen will be on stand 2, Alma Wallace on 1. So the type of saw we are using is called a peg and raker. So the peg cuts the wood and the raker gets rid of the chip, or as we call it, a noodle. And if you see them on the ground afterwards, you'll understand why we call them noodles. So a little bit of time to get prepared. They are very, very big saws. Now, to give you an idea, as a professional sporting tool, these are in the vicinity of about $3,000 a piece. And then you've got to find a wizard who can hone it so that it is a full race spec. Often they will only use a saw for races and use different saws for practice. But if you own 3 or 4 of them, it's pretty much the price of a decent car. So very important piece of equipment. They've oiled them. They are pure carbon steel, so they don't like moisture. They'll rust if you breathe on them. Okay, so in this competition they are allowed a wedger. Now a wedger has a little wedge of wood and he can put it into the cut, which just keeps the kerf open, which means that the cookie is not going to come back on the saw and bind on it. We used to be allowed oil as well during this process, but for environmental reasons and for looking after the stage, it is not used anywhere in the world anymore, but we do use a helper with a wedge. And that they may only touch the wedge, they may not touch the block or the saw. They are able to offer advice as it goes, but really the concentration is what you're going to see shortly.
Come on, Alma. Right, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. Here come the misery whips, ladies and gentlemen, with the big crosscut peg and raker saws. Alma Wallace keeping nice rhythm, which is what it's all about. You've got to keep that saw absolutely straight. So about a third of the way through. Not a lot of difference between Karen Corbin and Alma Wallace. A little bit of a tie-up there for Alma. May give Karen Corbin a little bit to make up for a slightly dodgy start, but we're underway. We're getting through to about the 2/3 plus mark there for Karen Corbin. In fact, she's cutting well, but when it gets hard is in these last few bits, but she gets the cookie, leaves the block. So Alma Wallace really digging it in. Look at the expression on her face, but they've done it. So the first hit out here in the single saw. Crosscut, you may see in these, it shows also being done as double enders. Male-female competitions is called a Jack and Jill. But right now, this is still TimberSports grade, which is always a single saw competition. So Matt here is going to call them up to the stage. Let's have a look and see whether everything has been done correctly. There we go, underway in the single saw competition. Nice clean start. We'll check the times for you. As you saw, a lot of the competitors like the chainsaw as their favourite event. Only one put themselves in for the single saw. And Darcel is still to come. That's her specialty. But for many, it's one of the toughest disciplines they will take on. So our first times recorded in the first heat of the single saw women's STIHL TimberSports National Championship. Alma Wallace putting through with a 40.41, but the fastest in that heat, Karen Corbin from Riverton at a 33.69. Let's welcome our next two contestants up. It is Cherie Taylor from Te Aroha and Emma Riddell from Nelson.
There we go, 2 out of 2 on the other side. And they got the knack. I think these young guys on the inside here, side B, struggling a little bit.
No cutting out. So as long as you're get it on, you can go. You can choose wherever you like. You go off the line. Get up now.
And not that easy.
Get out. You're Canadian.
Never that easy. Good day, boss. There you go. Good, good. 2 different teams. These boys on the left seem to, well, 2 of them that obviously seem to know what they're doing. These boys just seem to like the lightweight at the moment. The amount of aggression they're putting into it. Tell us about the poles they're using.
Well, you can't do it.
There's an art to it, isn't there? Good on you, mate. Keep up the good work. Get out of the road. Not a bad effort. There's all sorts of different styles being shown here. Some are trying to pass it like a rugby ball. And that's never going to work.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So here we go, Cherie Taylor and Emma Riddell. Emma Riddell getting a little bit of a stick in a starting cut just to start with, but we saw Cherie Taylor with a chainsaw, really knowing how to get the balance, and she's cutting very well with the single saw, all the concentration. Okay, Emma Riddell now picking up the pace, starting to catch Cherie Taylor. About neck and neck as we look at it now. Wedges going in just to keep that kerf open so it doesn't grab the saw. Watching, and the first one off. I'm going to give it to Emma Riddell only by a gnat's whisker it was. Both athletes bend over in two trying to suck some air, and you wouldn't believe how much aerobic pressure that puts on the lungs. Those big Tuatahi racing saws take a lot of effort to drive through that strobus pine. And Matt Herr gives the double thumbs up, so the times are going to be recorded. What's the fastest time to beat so far? 33.69. We'll wait for the time to come up and see whether we have lowered that barrier. Of course, the fastest times combined over the competition will dictate the points that give us our podium after our last discipline.
Mothers,
Fathers.
sisters,
cousins,
people up north,
and down south,
tradies, creators,
individuals with taste,
the lifelong hard grafters,
and the dreamers,
who live in another world.
and those who see the funny side in everything.
Of course, the deck crew are actually having a look too to make sure that from the last Sawyer that's been through that the face is square. If it's not square, they will trim it up. So just having a good look now. I think they think that one's okay.
Stored in trees across the land, and the carbon's still locked into the timber with their feet. New woodways to make and enjoy where we live and work. Wood to keep us warm. A sustainable lifestyle for tomorrow's world. Move over old fossil fuels. Truly, woods are low carbon future.
Righto, let's welcome on our next two contestants in the women's single saw. From Otorohanga, Mickey Lord up against Natalie Patterson from Wyndham. So it's Patterson on 2, Lord on 1. So if you're looking from the grandstand, 1 is on your right-hand side. So times from that last event, Emma Riddell from Nelson bringing that time out with a bit of a thump to 25.99 seconds. But I tell you what, Cherie Taylor at 26.19, not far behind. So that's going to be a good scoring time, depending on how our next 2 heats go. So if you've just joined us, they're putting in their starting cuts, 25 centimetre maximum, as they're being measured by the judges, not a millimetre more. So Mickey Law just doing hers now. Adam Lowe, one of our match officials, just making sure that the size right, puts the tape back on it again. Going to allow a little bit more. And of course where that starting cut goes on will depend on the stance each sawyer takes as they approach their block. If they're low down, that will be further towards the top of the block. If they're leaning from over the top, it'll be further over towards the back.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Natalie Patterson getting a nice clean start. Mickey Law getting a little bit of a hang up. Here she goes. She's away. Big strokes. Now the idea is to use the entire length of the saw. Keep the rhythm going. No bows, no bends, no buckles, no hangs. That's what we're looking for here in the single saw competition. But at the moment, Natalie Patterson, oh, and just as I said it, she gets a little bit of a stop, and at the same time, so does Mickey Law. The big saw starting to make the tough work as Natalie Patterson finishes the roll, gets an opportunity to suck some air in, and Mickey Lord finishes out as well. Yeah, I think they deserve a huge round of applause. That is a very, very tough event, hanging on the end of the misery whip. And we'll be using that in all categories over the weekend. And the Open and the Rookies, single saw is common. And it is an event which is very, very strong for New Zealanders. We got thumbs up, so the times are going to count. So wait for our timekeepers to come back, report the times. At the moment, the time to beat, Emma Riddell from Nelson at 25.99. Right, just got some times back on the last heat. Natalie Patterson recording a 27.31. Mickey Lord recording a 32.6. So at the moment, Emma Riddell still holds sway at 25.99 to lead the field. Cherie Taylor sitting in that second spot at 26.19. And Natalie Patterson, who you've just been watching, sitting in 27.31 as the last step on the podium. But we've got 2 more heats to go, and the expectation is those times will come down just a little bit further. Let's welcome to the stage our next two contestants from Blackbutt, Queensland, in Australia, Ann Patterson, and from Rolleston, Raywin Windley. So Raywin Windley going over onto stand number 2. That's on the left-hand side as you look from the grandstand. Ann Patterson on the right-hand side as you look forward to the big screen. So this is a New Zealand National Championship, and we know that they're serious when they come back across the Tasman where they're domiciled to compete to represent New Zealand. And in the women's competition, they have that opportunity to represent New Zealand on the world stage in Rotterdam in May. So they travel, as we always do, to the other side of the world to show who's best. Over 20 countries compete in STIHL TimberSports. So to always be on the podium is quite a feat. New Zealand does manage that, but as I say, it's our friends from across the ditch that seem to be the strongest in the competition at the moment. And looking at their most recent Champions Trophy competition in Australia, they're looking as strong as ever. So we've got some work to do at the moment. The World Trophy Open is held by New Zealand. Jack Jordan holds that, won it last year in Vienna. So one of these athletes that you see today will be going to the other side of the world to represent us, or we're going to find out who it's going to be.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So a nice start for 2, but we said it too soon. Ann Patterson with a little bit of a jag. Gets another one there, giving Raywin Windley the opportunity. 20 years of experience over there on stand number 2. Starting to come for the 4. Now Ann Patterson gets into a groove. We're just sitting in, keeping an eye on the curve. Puts in the still tuning screwdriver. Obviously better than a piece of wood, but a little bit of a hang up for Ann Patterson, giving Raywin Windley the opportunity, and she's done it. Not far behind though. Ann Patterson had a few things go awry during the cut. But Raywin Windley really all the way through, nice and steady, using the full length of the saw, keeping those noodles coming down at an even rate onto the ground. Fantastic, no DQs yet as Matt Hura gives the thumbs up for a clean heat. We'll have a look at those times at the moment. Emma Riddell from Nelson, the defence lawyer, at 25.99 seconds, holding sway here in the single saw, or the single buck, or the cross cut, depending on what language you're speaking at the time. What we know is they're a very valuable piece of sporting equipment. The majority and the best worldwide, made by Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws from Masterton. The world standard for these pieces of sports equipment. But of course, if you do want to have the best axe of your own for whatever you do on your farm, your lifestyle block, your business, or your household, you can buy some extremely good work axes from Tuatahi. They look just like the race ones, but the good news is they're not going to set you back the $800 that a competitor will have to pay for one. So have a look at their website. Tuatahi, Tuatahi, profiled in the Air New Zealand magazine not too long ago, so they're a world-renowned outfit. And as Quinton and Grant Fawcett over there tell me that they build a saw that can beat our chainsaws, we always say, see you after an hour. So we just checked the times in that last heat. Raywin Windley, it looked good, and it was. 22.66 takes Raywin to the lead of the field in the single saw competition. But Ann Patterson good enough to hold the second spot with a 24.6, so definitely a faster cut. So we've got the two quickies coming up. Let's welcome to the stage from Tauranga, Darcel Apaloo, and from Hamilton, Kylie Heaton. So you are watching two former winners of the Women's New Zealand Championship. Kylie Heaton being the holder as we stand now, but of course we may have the same champion at the end of the day, or we may have a new one. So let's see how they can go on the second discipline of the three in the women's competition.
Tell us about building Anne and your memories of that and how it set you up where you are now. Your schooling years at that school.
So when we went through the information on each competitor at the start, Darcel is the one who chose the single saw as her preferred discipline. So I mentioned that they're a peg and raker saw. The other type is called an M tooth, which is quite descriptive of how the saw looks if you look at the cutters. Certainly in the softer wood that we use in the competitions, we use the faster cutting peg and raker, a little bit like using chisel chain on a chainsaw over semi-chisel chain.
Okay, athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So here we go. Could this be the fastest time recorded? It's a 22.66 to beat, and a big bow there for Kylie Heaton. But Darcel Upperley, she knows how to handle one of these big saws. Now through the 50% mark. Another snag there for Kylie Heaton. We've got to beat a 22.66. Let's see how they go on these big peg and raker saws. And Darcel gets a little bit of a bow. Hasn't stopped the momentum too much as she puts in the effort. Drops the cookie off the log. Be interested to have a look at that time. And Kylie Heaton finishes out. Probably still quick enough. Bit of an injury before she came here. She's really having to suck in the air now. She can feel it. If there was ever a lung filler of an event, it is the single saw. And not hard when you've got a few broken ribs that you've been nursing for a few weeks. And the quality continues in our last heat there of the single saw competition. Next up, we've got the underhand as the final discipline in the women's championship. But we'll check those times and just see how it's starting to look after that heat.
Enough? Yeah, I'm happy with that, eh? We made it bigger too. We take them off now, eh? Yeah. Leave them here, or we go? Yeah, that'd be off, yeah. Yeah. Nice one. Take enough? Yeah. Those black climacal ones. You know, the ones with the saw on the side? Do we have a schedule? We probably need like even a schedule there with what time the next like so because there's change over time. Yep. So like this is where it's going to, isn't it? Yeah. Whether or not it's when it's supposed to go is the other thing. Yeah, because what you mean as in to give these guys they've got a schedule and they want to know when, because we could call the AC stand now, but there will be a set time between, you know what I mean? Yeah, and also have the ones who've just come off had enough time to have a spell? Do you have a schedule for what's in there? Because that can go, but there would be a time between it. So the prize, it's 11. Like no. But I need the prize given. Is it right? No, we're right on. So 11 is when we're supposed to. The prize given goes 11:30. Yeah, because I said now that underhand's ready to go. Yeah. And it's only been 2 minutes. You know what I mean? Because like we could call them up, but if they haven't got, if they don't go till 11:05, then they need to wait till 11:05. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. It's on that sheet that you got, the one that we printed. Where is it?
What do you mean?
Oh, hang on.
Got my clip pulled over there and he's just inside the container.
So say it's 11. It's 11, isn't it?
Yeah,
and you know we're ready to go. You can go anytime. You can go now.
Who's up first?
Who's on first?
Who just came off the single bar? Started 16 degrees for Melbourne.
So we'll just go back through the times recorded there in the single saw competition. You've just seen Darcel and Kylie up on the stage. So Darcel Upaloo from Tauranga recorded a 22.76. Kylie Heaton a 28.64. So it's actually Raywin Windley from Rolleston, a South Islander, with a 22.66, who has the quickest time in the single saw. And in a moment, Christina from Sky Sport will see if Raywin will come and say a few words.
Right.
I guess it's not pulled before or something like that. The youth of today are different to our day. There's pretty exciting stuff here with the harness racing module of the Clash of the Colleges.
So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, ready for the last discipline here in the STIHL TimberSports women's competition. This is called the underhand, and I'll describe it as we go through it because it'll give you the best idea. First up, Cherie Taylor will be on stand number 1. That's on the right-hand side as you look from the grandstand. And Karen Corbin from Riverton on the left-hand side.
Okay, athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So before Andrea still invented the chainsaw of a log, we had to be cut to length when it's down. This is how it will be done. It is called the underhand chop, and you can see that they stand on 2 flat planes on the end of the log. That is called a foothold. They cannot cut into those. Obviously, for safety reasons, it is an immediate DQ. Their objective is to sever that block from both sides into 2 pieces. The block is made of poplar, 275 mils in diameter. So they work around each scarf from the outside in, shifting all of the wood. As they get closer into the centre, they put their drivers in, then they make the turn. So Cherie Taylor, a very, very measured turn. Karen Corbin, we're talking about 1 or 2 blows in behind Cherie Taylor. So the Te Aroha farmer doing the job on the, I guess you would call it the felling scarf or second scarf. So as you can imagine, they have a strong side and a lesser side, so they'll try and put the drivers in when they finish from the good side. Starting to shift plenty of chips now. Karen Corbin, we're looking to see through, puts the driver, but not going to be fast enough to beat Cherie Taylor, showing that 30 years plus of experience.
So are the boys or the girls showing more blues? Okay. See how these young lads go? They've come across an accident.
Just hang
How are
quiet.
they going to deal with it? She's got the old piece of wood in her leg. Something's gone wrong. What should be chainsaw or whatever.
And again, we keep up the quality level here in the STIHL TimberSports Women's National Championship 2023 here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. So these blocks, again, if you were with us earlier, you don't just get to pick the best one in, first serve. The blocks are drawn for earlier in the morning, and so you do get what you get. So the objective out the back is they would have gone over their block when they've put the footholds in. And those are those flat bits on the end that they stand on. They've looked to where the best wood is and where the knots are worst or best to deal with. And they will position with a crayon the two scarves that you can probably see. You can see some crayon marks on there. That is the area of wood they intend to take out. Usually they'll put their best wood on their, I guess, your forehand side, so that you can make the best hit, and so they'll keep working around in a pattern of hits until they get through to those drivers. So we'll just get the deck crew, clean up all the chips from the last bout. We'll get some times in a second, and then we'll get our next two contestants up for you. So the first two times recorded here in the underhand competition. Cherie Taylor from Te Aroha in a 1 minute 21.03. And Karen Corbin from Riverton with a 1:23.34. So those are the opening times here in the underhand. Just do our last little bit of preening there on the stage. Let's welcome to the stage from Rolleston, Raywin Windley, and from Nelson, Emma Riddell.
Okay, athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's Emma Riddell on the left-hand side as you look towards the big screen. Raywin Windley, as you saw, took out the honours in the single saw, so there's an opportunity here to try and get up onto that podium, onto the top spot with one under her belt. Opening up first scarf. Emma Riddell, very efficient, narrow V as she makes the turn already, gets a balance. Raywin Windley taking out a little bit more wood, so she's taking her time. Now, of course, it depends on how much work you've done on that front scarf as to how hard or easy you've made it for yourself on the back scarf. But at the moment, it's all Emma Riddell. Raywin Windley now approaches second scarf. But we can see Emma Riddell has the upper hand. We can see a little bit of daylight perhaps coming through that block as she puts through her drivers on the top. Puts them into the centre. And it's almost there. And there it goes. It's severed. So Emma Riddell puts away her underhand block. Raywin Windley still got a little bit of work to do. And there we have it. The block that was once one is now two. We're going to record some time. So the quickest to beat so far, Cherie Taylor with that 1:21.03. I'm sort of thinking by just looking at Emma Riddell's chop there that we may be able to bring that down. So they've done it again, everything being done to measure today. So we'll just get those times and come back to you. Now you're wondering about those axes. They tend to vary in weight depending on the competitor, as also with handle length, but if we say that they're often nicknamed the 3.2 kilo razor blade. The majority made for New Zealand and world competitions. Again, our friends at Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws make those. And it really is a labour of love for the manufacturer. They are hand forged, made to the competitor's requirement, heat treated. They get a grind on them depending on how the axeman wants to use it. And if you buy a finished head and handle for racing with the wings ground out to lighten the balance of the axe, you're talking around about the $800 mark for one of these axes. And what's interesting is that axemen and axewomen in general never give away or sell an axe. They just keep them. And so by the end of the career, there may be 50 axes, and I've heard of even more. And when you consider they cost you $800 a shot on today's terms to buy them, there's quite an investment involved. Handles generally made from hickory, imported from the United States. But again, our thanks to our good friends from Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws here supporting the STIHL TimberSports 2023 National Championship. We're underway with the women's competition, just cleaning up the deck, ready for our next heat in the underhand. Let's welcome to the stage our next two competitors. It's Mickey Lord from Otorohanga and Alma Wallace, our local from Otaki. Okay, so the time to beat so far, just recorded by Emma Riddell from Nelson with a 54.54. Good time it is. Raymond Winley doing a 106.71, but we're under the 1 minute mark. Let's see whether Mickey or Alma can bring that down just a tad further.
Okay, athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So away we go here in this heat of the women's underhand. Time to beat so far. That 54.54 put in by the Nelsonian Emma Riddell as each competitor opens up their first scarf, and the quality's looking good here. Looking down at Alma Wallace, not a lot of stepping in there. That means that every blow is following the one that went into place just before it. First on the term, Alma Wallace. Mickey Lord just still working away a little bit more, now makes the turn. But we look on, it's Alma Wallace from Otaki who's making the headway. Mickey Lord from Otorohanga getting underway. Again, depends on how much work's been done on that first scarf as to how good that second will be for time. But we can see daylight, and we've got air. We've got air, and Alma Wallace knows that was a good cut. And I tell you what, not a lot of gap in behind when Mickey Lord finished hers either, so I can see those times starting to tumble a bit here in heat number 3 in the STIHL TimberSports Women's National Championship. Again, they're all trying to get as much as they can on each event. Have the opportunity to represent New Zealand in Rotterdam in May. So the cuts are good, so we wait with bated breath to see what the times are. So we bring on the blocks for the next heat, drawn earlier this morning, of course. Already been marked, footholes cut. Always great to see a competitor put their arm in the air like that, because you know they've done well. Alma's such a staunch competitor in our previous STIHL TimberSports finals, always there or thereabouts the top of the game. Who knows, today might be the day, but we'll check those times and see if she can accumulate some points. Okay, we've got some times to hand just from the last heat. We'll be quick because we're going to get our next competitors up very shortly. Alma Wallace, you saw it, was good at a 42.56, leads the field. And Michaela Lord, Mickey gets a 46.36 to take it to that second spot. Let's welcome on our next two contestants. From Wyndham, it's Natalie Patterson, and from Tauranga, STIHL Apelu.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Natalie Patterson up against STIHL Apelu. STIHL on the left-hand side as you look towards the big screen, both opening our first scarf. So STIHL a single soy up, still pretty handy with an axe. Saw in Rotorua just a couple of weekends ago, competing well. Natalie Patterson, of course, in our competition last year up in Auckland, we had to run it because we weren't able to run it here when they had to cancel the rural games due to COVID concerns. Remember those. So we get the turn now. STIHL Apelu, she's onto a second scarf, has removed a lot of wood from her open side. Natalie Patterson making the turn now, comes into second scarf. Axe goes in top, left and right. Starts to work away the wood. Objective here is to have the axe follow the trajectory of the previous blow. You can tell if it's not because it gets steps in the cut and you're quite able to see them, and that is going to reduce the efficiency of the cut. So STIHL Apelu steps off now. That's her time recorded. Natalie Patterson looks like she's made a bit of work because I can see a bit of movement in the wood, and I can too as she completes her block. Good catch up on that second scarf there for Natalie. So that was heat number 4 in the STIHL TimberSports. Women's underhand. Our match officials just check the stands, make sure everything is done to their satisfaction. Draws them forward on the stage. And Matt Hera says they're both good. The quality continues as we head towards our final heat in the women's competition. So looking forward to seeing those times. At the moment, Alma Wallace, you saw a very, very good cut in heat number 3 at a 42.56. Mickey Lord at a 46.36, holding the second spot. And Emma Riddell from Nelson at 54.54. If that was the podium now, that's what you'd see, but we still have one heat to go, and we're expecting a bit of fireworks as Ann Patterson and Kylie Heaton take on the underhand chop. Right, here we go into the final heat in the women's STIHL TimberSports underhand competition. Let's welcome to the stage from Black Button, Queensland, Australia, Ann Patterson, and from Hamilton, Kylie Heaton.
Okay, athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's Ann Patterson on the right-hand side as you look towards the big screen. Let's see if we can bring that time down. Quickest so far. Alma Wallace at a 42.56. Let's see what Kylie Heaton and Ann Patterson can do. Now, Kylie Heaton, of course, the incumbent, still TimberSports Women's New Zealand champion. Ann Patterson, of course, when she was last here coming in from the West Coast, now lives on the other coast across the stream in Queensland, but come back to take the New Zealand title. A few steps in the scarf. I'm looking at it here. As Ann Patterson gets onto her second scarf. Kylie Heaton still to make the turn, does it now. So at the moment, the momentum's with it. Ann Patterson as she completes her second scarf. Kylie Heaton working away, heavier blow, able to take out some bigger chips as she goes. Start to see some daylight here coming from Ann Patterson. Oh, it's just about there, and it is now. So Kylie Heaton still trying to get towards those drivers, getting to drive that block out on her good side for the right hand up. Oh, it's almost there, and it is. Kylie Heaton, everyone. Great heat. Ann Patterson, Kylie Heaton that you've just seen in heat number 5 of the STIHL TimberSports Women's Underhand. So the judges do their bit, check the blocks and check the stands, bring them to the front of the stage. Let's see how they went. And there you have it. Clean sweep all the way through. Times recorded in every single heat. So we'll just wait for those times to come back to us. name you as you come on? Just come as I call you. Just make sure I've got prize presenters.
So just a little bit of downtime for the Clash of Colleges brought to you by All Flex. Students taking a bit of a break. We're going to move into the second part of the program later on. Find out how the points we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome along to the prize giving for the Women's STIHL TimberSports National Championship 2023. And of course, this is the first time that the winner will be offered the opportunity to represent New Zealand on the world stage and bring us home a trophy from Rotterdam in the Netherlands in May. So I'd like to ask, firstly, our competitors to come up in any order. Darcel Upaloo. Cherie Taylor, Kylie Heaton, Alma Wallace, Karen Corbin, Emma Riddell, Natalie Patterson, Anne Patterson, Mickey Lord, and Raywin Windley. Now I'd also like to ask to the stage STIHL, Marketing Manager for STIHL New Zealand, Margaret Cavalis, the Chair of the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, who will present our prizes, and Jill Budham, who's going to give us a little bit of hand getting them up here. So I'll stand in the background now. We want to know who's going to be standing on that podium. Right, in third position, with 27 points accrued over the entire event, let's welcome to the number 3 spot from Rolleston, Raywin Windley. So some just rewards coming to Raywin. Of course, prize money for all of these 3 positions. And a bottle of bubbly, of course. Now, in second position, with a score of 28, so this is how tight it got, 1 point between them. Can I ask from Nelson, Emma Riddell for the number 2 spot. Okay, we've been waiting for this moment from our competitors, all 10 of them, but there's only going to be one who has the opportunity to represent New Zealand at the STIHL TimberSports World Champion, but they are right now the 2023 New Zealand Women's Champion. Coming to us from Queensland, Australia, it is Anne Patterson with a score of 32 points.
STIHL TimberSports champion for 2023. Give her a big round of applause. Come on now. Put it all together, all around the park. Ladies and gentlemen. She's on her resume, she's a barmaid. She's a damn fine ex-woman. There you go. Pop in the door, spread it everywhere.
Anne Patterson, our New Zealand Women's Champion. Congratulations, you're smelling of champagne and you deserve it too. How does it feel?
Anything? Yeah, amazing. I'm blown away. I'm so stoked with this, and I get to go overseas now.
Obviously you came into this wanting to win it, that's no secret, but did the day play out as planned for you?
Yeah, it more or less. My single saw probably didn't go as well as I wanted it to. That's my favourite event, and I sort of must have just pulled up a few times, but stock saw, couldn't be happier. A few more tweaks with the underhand, and yeah, especially if I'm going overseas, so got a lot of practice to do.
It's the Women's Championship. Obviously you've got 3 disciplines. That makes it a little bit brutal, doesn't it? Because if you do slip up in one discipline, it can be really costly. So how crucial is it to train, I guess, to be so consistent over all disciplines?
Yeah, it does make it pretty difficult because we've only got the 3. You just got to keep at it and train it all. Like we're starting off our season in Queensland now, so I'll be training and throughout the week and competing on the weekends, so that'll definitely help.
Obviously you do reside in Queensland, but you're very much a Kiwi, and you're the first Kiwi to go to the Women's World Championship too. How important does that moment, I guess, sit on your shoulders knowing you have that opportunity?
Yeah, West Coaster from the South Island. So proud to be able to do this. Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Tell me a little bit about how you got into the sport. Where did it all begin?
Just through a family friend, actually having a beer one night, and they'd just started doing a bit of cutting themselves, and they said you should come and have a go. And yeah, a few nights later I went down, started chopping, and that was pretty much the end of it. And yeah, here we are now, 8 years later.
Absolutely. Yeah. Obviously you're always working on your weaknesses too in this sport. How much time do you dedicate to the craft?
Tried to do 3 or 4 nights a week plus the weekend competitions. I'm lucky enough, my boyfriend, he's a wood chopper as well, so we've got a training arena at our back doorstep, and no shortage of wood. We're pretty lucky.
And it clearly pays off too. Well, there's lots of boys and girls around who might be thinking about getting into the sport. Have you got any advice for them?
Yeah, just head up, depending on what area they're in, have a look on Facebook. There's plenty of axemen's pages, and don't be scared to come forward and ask. We're all very much welcoming, and it is like a big family, so we always support newcomers and like to see them starting out.
I can definitely back that. These guys are absolutely very friendly and very welcoming, so go along and hit them up and ask them all about it. Well, congratulations. We can't wait to see you in action at the World Championships.
Thank you very much.
And that's all for our Women's Championship here. We have Anne Patterson, the New Zealand champion. It's fantastic, but the action is not over for the day. We have the Rookies Championship. Stay with us, be around just before 1 o'clock and we'll be underway.
Thank you so much. Lovely.
Enjoy it.
Tree identification. What do the young kids know about trees and our flora and fauna? I'll just poke the nose in here. How they go, bud? So what do they have to do here? Pretty simple, just identify what each one is. So the aim of the game is that you've got 10 leaf samples from 10 species of trees. Each of those are on a piece of paper. Tell us about the Southern Wood Council.
Southern Wood Council, so we're involved with Springboard, chopping forestry, getting people involved in forestry. So we go around and do these sorts of visits. We go to schools, go to bus trips with people around, just get people exposed to what forestry involves and what trees are in the industry.
Let me ask you again, are you ready for the 20 teams? Let's get them on stage!
The team relay is a very special event, and the knockout system is like you battle through it, and it's just amazing, just amazing.
When you look at STIHL TimberSports, this is the Olympics of STIHL TimberSports. If that doesn't motivate you, then there's something wrong.
Oh, he's broken the axe handle. He's got to move over and get the other axe.
You know, the more teams, the higher the stakes, the bigger the glory.
Our team's that strong. We don't fear nobody. I reckon they all worry about us.
Felixia Bank on the stock side for Denmark, and she's almost a second faster than Hungary.
That's a very proud moment for me to stand here and represent the women and hopefully kick in the door and allow more women to be a part of the teams.
It's going to be very close between Canada and Poland. Oh, it's Canada! Canada
The team can smell blood in the water as he's cut it down.
We finished every other places on the podium except the top mark, and I think it would be something that we've been striving for a long time.
100% New Zealand wants to win.
2 more drivers should do it, 1 more, and the block is down. When it comes to how they swing the axe, single buck set. And now moving over to Nathan Hodges. It looks like it's going to be Australia. 2 more drivers should do it for Glenn Gillam. Nate Hodges playing catch up, but it's not there. Australia does it, the time of 53:24.
Yeah, it was a fantastic competition. It was the fastest all day, and you know, we just love chopping wood and winning gold medals, and it worked out perfectly.
The World Championship is the pinnacle of STIHL TimberSports. Yeah, I think it's overdue for another win. I'm sure I'm good enough to win.
If you're not here to win it, you probably shouldn't be here.
And just narrowing in on 20.63.
Look at that.
Brad DeLosa with the time of the day so far.
You know, I've got wore the armband for Martin Comrack tonight.
What can I tell you? This event is now become part of my deoxyribonucleic acid, my DNA. It's absolutely fantastic.
Jason hat 9 Titel und das beeindruckt alle auf der Welt.
He's definitely, I think, inspiring a lot of our generation in the sport to stay alive in it and to keep going, even when things do get rough.
I don't think that's in my mindset that I couldn't win. It's always been in me to want to be the best in the sport.
The audience went bananas. Whoa. Wait a minute. The adjustment has just been made, and it looks like we now have a new world record with Marcel Dupuis.
And here comes the champion. He's done it again. Representing Australia, the one and only Brad DeLosa.
All the Australian team, still Australia, and everybody's been really right behind me. So it's a real honour to take it out.
Welcome to Vienna, Austria. We are here for the World Trophy 2022, and this is what it looks like.
Check it out.
In round 1, Brad DeLosa wins his heat without a battle due to an injury of his opponent in the time trials. In Heat 2, Koen Martens from Belgium kicks out the local hero Armin Kugler. After a good start at the stocks off for both of them, the Austrian had major problems on the underhand chop. It took me 6 hits until the first piece of wood fell from the block. Normally at this frequency it should be halfway through already. There was just no flow at all. Jack Jordan from New Zealand is up against wildcard winner Jack Argent from Australia. After a strong performance with a new personal best of 58.39, Jordan advances to the next round. In Heat 4, it's the Netherlands versus Sweden. Emil Hansson keeps his nerves and takes the victory with a new personal best. After a strong performance in the first 3 disciplines for Jason Lentz and Danny Martin, it's all down to the standing block chop. In a close finish, it's Lentz who takes the win. The German is nevertheless satisfied with his result. Beating a time like this shows that I have even more potential to get ahead in the game. For Ferry Swan, it looks like elimination. After mistakes on the underhand, he's clearly behind, but he keeps his nerves and comes back.
Ooh, look at this, it's going to be a catch-up game. Swan is right there with him. Darga is already on the standing block chop. Swan right behind him. This is so close, coming down to the wire here. And it looks like it might be Darga as he's going for some huge drivers to try and get it through. It's going to be Swan or is it going to be Darga? It's going to be Swan! Unbelievable!
What an unbelievable comeback from the Swede, taking the win against Marcin Darga from Poland. In the next heat, it's Canada versus Czech Republic. Both athletes getting off to a good start. In the end, the decision is made at the standing block chop. Marcel Dupuis with the better performance, taking the win from Martin Kalina. In the last heat of the top 16, it's Mika Dubicki who can secure the last spot in the quarterfinals. After a solid performance, the European Trophy winner from 2021 takes the win against the Frenchman Pierre Puibaret. We are ready for the finals. This is heat number 1.
Which is Delosa against Martins.
Go!
Great start by both of them. Wow, Brad Delosa so smooth and quick through that block. The lead now really goes to Brad Delosa. Now keep a close eye on what Delosa's doing here.
There it is.
And there it is. The drops the block at 1:02.02, and he improves his time once again.
The second heat for the quarterfinals is Hansson from Sweden going up against Jack Jordan.
Look at the speed of the axe by Jack Jordan, though, here. And this is going to be maybe the catch-up position for Jack Jordan. Hansson steps down. Oh,
Hansson
no. That could be a big problem because he swung the axe with a foot on the ground, and that may be a DQ for Hansson. And it is coming close to the line here as the Swede is swinging hard. Jack Jordan is coming close. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Jordan or Hansson. It's going to be Jordan. Oh, my God! How close was that? But wait a minute, let's see if there is a flag on the play because of that step down and swing.
Unfortunately, we have a disqualification for chopping the block with 1 foot on the floor. So the winner is Jack Jordan.
Heat 3 in the quarterfinal. This is Lentz against Swan.
Go!
Oh, slow start by Ferry Swan. Lentz going for a thin cookie up front. He's got the lead already, heading over to the underhand chop. Ferry Swan coming to catch up with him now. Lenz is now moving this off through. Very smooth, very clean, but here comes Ferry Swan. Looks like it might be close to catch up here. Lenz is such a big, strong man. This is absolutely his decision, and it's his to take home. And Ferry Swan has just beaten his personal best as well at 1:01.04.
Okay, the winner is Jason Lentz.
We've got one place left in the semi-final, and that'll either go to Marcel Dupuis from Canada or Mikhail Dubicki.
Dubicki with a massive lead now, halfway through his cookie on the single buck. And Marcel Dupuis finally joins him, but it's a massive lead now. And here, watch Dubicki. Oh yeah, it's going to be one more driver for Dubicki. There you go. And he is done.
I was playing catch-up the whole time and taking chances, and it didn't work out for me.
Heat number 1 in the semi-finals, it is the favourite Brad Delosa going up against Jack Jordan. 2 Antipodeans going up against each other.
Both of them move over to the other side of their block pretty much at the same time. Jack Jordan doing a great job to keep up, and now, yeah, just a little piece that needs to be broken away for Jack Jordan as he saw that there was still some wood left and needed to make that cutaway. And now Delosa in a discipline where he's absolutely the master, but Jack Jordan has been so solid on the chopping disciplines. Let's see who's going to be the winner of this one. It's going to be Jack Jordan or Brad Delosa. Delosa's coming close to finishing it off. Jack Jordan's looking like he's got it. Jack Jordan's done it. Jack Jordan beat Delosa.
Yeah, so it's very disappointing not to get through to the final again, but yeah, I'll have to settle for the bronze.
Second semi-final, Heat 2, which is Jason Lentz from the United States going up against Dubicki from Poland.
And that gives the advantage to Dubicki, but Lentz is very good with the single buck as he gets going. Big long strokes from the big man from the USA. Oh, wow! Dead even drop for both of those cookies as they move to the standing block chop. And as we've seen all day long, this could be the closest heat of the day as the time is just passing 1 minute. Both of these guys looking a bit tired here, but it's going to be Lenz.
Wow, another incredibly close one. We've got the third place playoff, the so-called small final. That will be between Brad Delosa and Mikhail Dubicki.
But we know that Delosa is so strong with that single buck, and now he moves over to the standing block chop. A little bit of a pause by Dubicki there. distinct advantage goes to De Losa here, as he is just doing his absolute utter best to get that thing off. And he does it. De Losa's got third place on the podium.
There they are, our two finalists for today.
This is what we've been waiting for all day long today. Now on the underhand, but Jack Jordan's been really good on the chopping disciplines all day long today. Let's see if he can make a difference here against Jason Lenz on the right-hand side of the stage. Jack Jordan looking good. Jason Lenz getting close. Jack Jordan's through, moving over to the single buck. And so is Jason Lenz. Jason Lenz absolutely relentless. Jack Jordan gets to the standing block chop just ahead of Jason. Jason knows he's got to really work hard here, and this is the advantage for Lenz now on that standing block. But Jack Jordan's moved over to the other side ahead of Jason Lenz. It's going to be Jack Jordan taking this one down today. It's going to be a close one, and it's going so quickly here for Jack Jordan. Jason Lenz coming hard from the back end. One more driver, and it's going to be Jack Jordan. He is your new champion in the trophy format. Unbelievable, fantastic event by the Kiwi. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Real good. It's been a while since we've been overseas competing, and to compete in front of a crowd, bloody great, yeah.
What an amazing day here at the World Trophy 2022 in Vienna, Austria. Fantastic event, great action. It's been really awesome.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls who are anywhere near the STIHL TimberSports big stage here in the Cenotaph, right smack in the middle of the Palmerston North Square. 12:45 is about a quarter of an hour away. We're going to be underway with STIHL TimberSports. So if you want to find yourself a good spot in the grandstand, make sure you're back here in about a quarter of an hour, and we'll tell you a little bit about it, and we'll get underway with the New Zealand Championship for Rookies, which is coming your way next.
including third-generation competitors. So looking forward to seeing you over here at STIHL TimberSports in about 5 to 10 minutes' time. Come on over. Amazing event.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome along to the big stage here in the middle of the square in front of the cenotaph. We're about to get underway with STIHL TimberSports National Championship 2023 right here at the Ford Ranger Rural Games. And you can see the competitors in behind me. We'll bring them on soon and introduce. But before we do so, let's have a little bit of a chat about what is actually STIHL TimberSports. This is, as I've just said, the National Championship. And the importance of this event shouldn't be lost on anyone, because New Zealand is the strongest STIHL TimberSports nation on earth over the time the competition has been run. We have 9 World Championship individual titles to the country. We have 5 World Championship team titles, and we can add to this 2 STIHL TimberSports World Trophy victories. And in 2019 we took out our first Rookies World Championship title, and it is the rookies that are going to be on next. Today we have the very best competing to represent our land in the original extreme sport. And you've got to think, where does the sport come from? Well, before Andreas STIHL invented the chainsaw in 1926, there's about 150 odd years of heritage in the sport. The lumber needed to build the farms, towns, cities and nations of Europe, North America, Australia and New Zealand was felled and hewn by axes and saws. And as long as there have been these tools, someone has always strived to be the best and the fastest. And nowadays we call that STIHL TimberSports. Now, while we're talking about the tools, the axes and the saws, I've got Grant Fawcett from Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws with us. Now, Tuatahi work with STIHL to bring you STIHL TimberSports, and they bring 3 magnificent full competition axes as prizes for each one of the classes that we have. So this is Grant Fawcett, everyone. Comes from Tuatahi. They are master craftsmen based in Masterton. And Grant, what can you tell us about the history of your company?
My father started tuatahi. He was a saw doctor, and he got a reputation for doing up axes. And in those days, they all used to be high-test axes from Australia, and he used to import them in and grind them up and get them cutting. And he got a bad batch, and they were soft, and he told high-test this, and they said, oh, well, if you don't like it, make your own. So that got the ball rolling, and over years he made axes in different ways, was still being a saw doctor, and then it fully took over. And now we have 6 staff and sell them all around the world.
So out of the product, what are the main products that you make now?
Our main products have always been the racing axes, and we used to finish all the saws. Now we're just pre-grinding saws, and we sell that to other filers around the world who finish them off. But over COVID, all the wood chopping competitions stopped, as you know, and our orders ran out. So we've gotten into forestry axes, hiking axes, things along those lines, and that's adding to our race axes, and we're busier than ever now, so it's been good. Yeah.
Now that's fantastic, and of course you're going to see plenty of these tools in action very shortly, both the axes and the saws, and I'll tell you a little bit more about them as we go. But everyone, Grant Fawcett from Tuatahi, Racing Axes and Saws. Okay, athletes and ladies and gentlemen, this is what you're going to be hearing a few times. This is the starting cadence for our competitions.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go! Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go! Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Unless they come shake your hand, if we're here, it's easier for them. Trust me to freehand the line.
And the carbon's locked into the timber. New woodwork, make and enjoy a sustainable lifestyle demands work. All right, then.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome along to the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. And one of the highlights of this whole event is the STIHL TimberSports National 2023 Finals. And coming up for you next, we have the rookies. And we have a good record in rookies. We went there once overseas and brought the prize back. So we want that trophy back. The Australians have it at the moment. It's now our turn. So let's have a look and see what the best is in New Zealand on this day. But first, let's introduce to the judges that will be overseeing this event. So if I can have our judges in this order, please. Neil Richardson from Australia. Matt Hera, one of our Kiwi contingent. And last but definitely not least, Adam Lowe from Nelson. So those are the men who make the decision as to what's right and what's wrong when we record some time. So let's have a chance to meet the athletes you're going to be watching for the next wee while. So I'll call them out. First, from Warkworth, Jordan Thomas. Jordan's a builder. He's been in the sport for 5 years. Favourite event is Underhand. From Toto in Southland, Jack Richards. Jack's a student. He's been competing also for 5 years. He's another one that prefers the Underhand. Cleveland Cherry. Cleveland is the current New Zealand Rookies champion. Went to Vienna last year. Very unlucky. Missed the podium by 1. Been in the sport 7 years. He's a tractor operator and his favourite event is Springboard. Sam Unahi from Invercargill. 4 years in the sport. He's an apprentice welder and fabricator, and he likes the single saw as his preferred discipline. From Blenheim, Finn Sloan. Finn's been in the sport 5 years. He's a sparky, and his preference is the standing chop. From the Republic of Whangamomina, it is Matt Gower. 5 years in the sport. He's a diesel mechanic. And he's another one that prefers Underhand, as does our next contestant from Taumarunui. It is Morgan Bolstad. Now, Morgan's been in the sport for 11 years, so probably from a toddler forward. He is a builder and he prefers Underhand as well. And last but not least, from Still Shop Harborough, he's from Stratford, it's Sam Bellamy. Sam Bellamy been in the sport 13 years. He's a small engine technician for Still Shop Harborough, and he likes the Underhand. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the field. Give them a hand. Right, we'll see them up front in competition in a moment. Gentlemen, thank you.
Sam.
So our first event that we're going to see is the Underhand. You can see these two blocks sitting on the front of the stage. This is the game. This is the one that most of these young fellas have ticked as being their preferred discipline. So we should see some fireworks. So you can see a 30 centimetre diameter poplar block. In STIHL TimberSports, they prep the block before they get here, but the first thing that happens is it's drawn. So you don't get to pick the best wood. You get what you are given, and your objective is to mark that block up where the knots or the grain or anything that doesn't suit is in the best position to do a fast time. And you can see they've marked crayon there. That's the scarves. That's on both sides. Those footholes, by the way, that they've cut into those blocks, they must stay away from them with their axe, because if they cut into those footholds, it's an automatic disqualification. Now, we've seen some real quality this morning from the women's championship, and we saw that they were clean through. The judges never called a DQ on any discipline on any heat during the whole event. So we're expecting a good clean fight, and we're ready to get these young fellas up any second. So a good field, as you've seen. Cleveland Cherry, incumbent rookie champion in the field. Got to Vienna last year, got his first real big taste of STIHL TimberSports on an international stage. This year, the winner will represent New Zealand in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. So that's what's at stake. Let's get our first two underhand competitors up. On stand number 1 from Walk With It is Jordan Thomas, and he is up against Jack Richards from Autoto.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's Jack Richards on 2. That's on the left-hand side as you look towards the big screen as these two young fellas open it up. Both look very good in the under-21 competition last year in Litchfield. Let's see who's going to be first on the turn. Jack Richards puts a foot down to balance, cost him a fraction of a second. Has given Jordan Thomas an opportunity to open up that first scarf. Looking at the two scarves that they put through first. Look like there's been some good work done in there. And it is 2. Jack Richards, he might have turned second, but he had a very good first scarf, and it looks like it's paid some dividends there for him. So we'll wait for our match referees to have a look at the blocks, make sure everything is done correctly. So the timers are using an iPad with a program called Coach's Eye, so they can even go down frame to frame if it is very close. You know, they say there's no such thing as a draw when you're using that technology. What a great way to start the rookies competition. Clean cut on both sides, a little bit of deliberation beforehand. So we'll clear the decks and we'll get ready for heat number 2. So you can see the axes they're using. If you're with us a moment ago, when we talked to Grant Fawcett from Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws, that's really what their reason for being is. They do the saws as well, as he said. But these axes are absolutely works, not of art, because they're really too good for that. Used by the best axemen in the world and have been for some time. And of course Tuatahi profiled in the Air New Zealand magazine a few years back. But really a group of artisans and craftsmen over there in Masterton that make the best in the world. We take the best in the world and then we go racing with them, which is what we're doing now. Okay, ready for our next two competitors. Step up, gentlemen. Finn Sloan from Blenheim and Sam Unahi from Invercargill. So a bit of a battle of the south coming in the top and the bottom. Again, both these young fellas performing well in under 21, stepping up into this rookie grade in STIHL TimberSports. All at stake, that trip to Rotterdam. Go and win us that trophy. Finn Sloan will be on the right-hand side as you look from the grandstand. Sam Unahi on the left.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Finn Sloan first into the walk. Sam Unahi now doing a little bit of a catch-up. Nice clean following the line of his first cuts. Not too much stepping in there. As the chips fly out, they'll be working around for the drivers first to turn. Finn Sloan, Sam Unahi just in behind. Puts in those first blows, clearing out that second scarf. Let's hear a bit of noise, ladies and gentlemen. You can make as much as you like. It's not golf. And we can see some air coming from Sam, but I tell you what, it's Finn Sloan's got the upper hand in this bout. Puts the 1 into 2. And now we'll check to make sure everything's been done right. Make sure those footholes are not been broached. Make sure that we've cut right through. There's no slabs. Every fibre of that wood must be cut with the axe to count. And that's what the judges are looking for in the underhand. As well as the timekeepers making sure that they didn't break the start. Time to beat so far, Jack Richards, the Southlander, with 27.38 to start the bidding. Okay, so we've got another clean bout. They'll record some times. As I said, Jack Richards leading the field at 27.38, but the event is yet young, so 27.38, we'll see how long it'll hold. But Finn Sloan with the upper hand will get his time back, and then we'll let you know where they're sitting. They'll be scoring points through the first 3 disciplines, and on the last 2 there are more points at hand, but also not everyone gets through to those last two rounds, so you can't leave it to the last to try and catch up from the back. You've got to be consistent all the way through, and that is typical of all the STIHL TimberSports events worldwide. So we just got the times back from that previous heat, with Finn Sloan recording a 27.69. Sam Unahi coming through with a 29.11. So Jack Richards still holding the fast time in the first discipline of that 27.38. We'll see if that can be beaten. Next up, let's welcome to the stage Morgan Bolstad from Taumarunui and Matthew Gower from Whangamomana. So Matt Gower on stand number 2. That's on the left-hand side facing the big screen. Morgan Bolstad on 1. And boy, these guys come from chopping families. If you went through the genealogy of these two, you're going to find woodsmen all the way back. And of course that Bolstad clan from Taumarunui being at the top of the world. So young Morgan has opportunity.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So away they go. Matt Gower, Morgan Bolstad. Let's have a look and see what they can do. Looking at the first scarf, nice and clean. First on the turn, Morgan Bolstad. He has done a flyer. Matt Gower's got a little bit of work to do, but he can do it. We've seen him do it before, but I can see daylight coming through, and I tell you what, that's a quick time by any standards. Well, I'll tell you what it is soon. But really all the work there for Matt Gower, of all the people to get in your pairing with Morgan Bolstad today, but he's done it. Gee, those poplar blocks, 300 millimetres in diameter, didn't stand a chance. So they're just, judges are going to have a look over those blocks, just make sure everything's done correctly. And then Matt Hero will tell us if we're all good to go. And then we'll be into our final heat. And that looks like an absolute sizzler, ladies and gentlemen, coming up for heat number 4. But boy, did we see some action there in number 3. There we go. So we'll record some times.
All right, hey, it's great to have the great to have the all flex specialty colleges. Our students are busy floating around everywhere. Tangaroa Walkers over the government throw at the moment. There's some amazing throws going on with the government. Some of those young guys can get it right, and hopefully they come back tomorrow.
That's right, that's a good point you make, Wendy, because Curly's out there from Jai, he's been isolated. Some of the young talent that's coming through, so he's actually showing having some people to come here over the weekend and have a crack and maybe get themselves into the big competition. Bit like Roe years ago, but he doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, that's right. The road doesn't let us. We should have stayed there too, and a big consolation for Rowan, our other MC normally, is got COVID yesterday and left us hanging.
Okay, getting ready now for the final heat in the underhand competition with the rookies. It's welcome to the stage from Tokoroa. It's Cleveland Cherry, and from Stratford, Sam Bellamy. So it's the tractor driver versus the engine technician. Cleveland Cherry, the incumbent holder of the rookies title for New Zealand. He will be on stand number 1 on the right-hand side as you look at the big screen. Sam Bellamy from STIHL Hardware. He will be on number 2 on the left-hand side as you face the screen.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, they got 17 seconds, 0.48 to beat from Morgan Bolstad in the previous heat. Now these are the heavy hitters. These are the big men coming at the back, both on the turn. I'm going to give it to Cleveland Cherry, just slightly faster than Sam Bellamy. And I know Sam's going to be wanting to catch him as hard as he can as he ups the tempo, but it's all Cleveland Cherry in this bout. Sam Bellamy's still working. It's not going to go, but it's gone now. So it's going to be tight looking at the fastest times, as I mentioned. Morgan Bolstad setting the pace with a 17.48. We'll get those times back for these two. Sam Bellamy's block just not working his way. But Cleveland Cherry showing the form that got him to Vienna last year and almost on the podium in the World Championships. Lucky, still young enough to compete. They have to be under 25, these blokes. And the cuts are good, so they're going to count. So just stand by, timekeepers just doing their thing, just having a look for the video replay to get the exact time correct, and then we'll have that for you. And next up, we go to the stock saw competition. So we'll warm up a couple of STIHL MS 661s, just a shade over 91 cc of pure forestry power. But they are stock saws, just as they say, so you can go down to your friendly STIHL shop and buy one of those for yourself if you want. And of course, when combined with STIHL Hexa chain, the fastest cutting combination with a chainsaw you can buy from anyone, any brand, anywhere, right here. So just got some times to hand from the last heat there in the underhand competition, and I can tell you, the young man from Tokoroa came in with a 16.48, just taking a second exactly off Morgan Bolstad, who was in the second position. Sam Bellamy coming through with a 23.38, which will be enough to put him on the third spot. So still a good point scoring run for Sam, despite it not perhaps going as well as he wanted it. So very soon you'll hear those STIHL MS 661 starting to warm up as we get ready for the stock saw. So their objective is to cut one of these blocks that we see here sticking out of the stand. These are 40 centimetres in diameter. So they need to make 2 cuts with a chainsaw. One down, one up. They have got 100 mil that they can cut in. If they breach that line, it's a disqualification. If they release a cookie onto the ground that's not in one piece, disqualification. It all happens very quickly, very, very difficult event to win, an extremely easy event to lose. So stand by. We'll be underway with a bit of chainsaw action for you shortly. So not only are the blocks that these guys cut drawn to make sure that it's an even field and you take a little bit of a chance as to what you get, probably less of a thing of what you get because we have two saws that have been tuned in parallel to make sure they are producing the same output. But just to be fair, we actually do a draw for the saws as well. So out of the two saws that you can just hear being warmed up, brought up to speed and up to temperature before they come out onto the stage, then each contestant has 15 seconds to warm up their saw and be ready for the start. So as soon as there's silence out back, you know what that means. Those saws are ready to come out onto the stage and be used in combat. Well, certainly one saw's been warm. We're just waiting for number 2. And we always keep a third saw in hand if anything should go wrong. For those of you that use a chainsaw seriously out there, you might have heard of a product called square ground chain, and square ground has always been the holy grail for any sawyer worldwide. The only thing is very few people could sharpen it efficiently. So STIHL's just introduced to the New Zealand market a product called STIHL Hexa, which is effectively square ground chain, so you get the best life, the longest lasting edge, and better cutting performance than you can from any other chain, but it's also made so anyone can file it thanks to its hexagonal file system. So if you want to have a look at that, go to your friendly STIHL shop. They'll have hexa there. And if we look at the saws we're about to use in this competition, the MS661, which is just one just sitting just down here as I look at it. If you combine that hexa chain with one of these over any other chain, chisel, semi-chisel, Duro's carbide tungsten, if you put hexa on one of these, it's the fastest cutting combination of any saw you can buy in New Zealand or worldwide. So something really quite special. About 7.4 kilos, all up dry. 5.4 kilowatts from an MS661. Very, very powerful saw. It is the king of the forest after all. And I must admit, I like the look of these TimberSports bars with the dazzle type camouflage on them. But of course, you can only buy that type of guide bar in that camouflage if you are a STIHL TimberSports competitor. So our judges are ready. The saw has been turned off, which means it's ready too. They said we're going to be go at 20 past, and I think they're going to be absolutely on time. Here they come. They're the two saws. As I say, they are drawn on each stand. So Shane Campbell just giving each saw a little bit of a blowdown from the sawdust on them with that STIHL BGA 86 battery-powered air broom. Very powerful air broom. If you haven't got an air broom at home, you need one because you'll never pick up a normal broom again. Okay, let's meet our first two stock sawyers. In heat number one, on stand number one, from Ortoto, it'll be Jack Richards, and he is up against Matt Gower from Whangamomana.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away go our first two sawyers here in the STIHL stock saw competition at TimberSports 2023. Oh, absolutely neck and neck through the breach, and they've been practicing. The transitions were good, but I think it's Matty Gower has the upper hand, and he puts the second cookie on the ground. And Jack Richards now finishes out his as well, but there you go. That's what stock sawing is all about in STIHL TimberSports. Now they'll need to go and have a look, just make sure everything's been done correct. If they cut away on those cookies, then of course it is a DQ. And if they cut over the 100mm limit, same story. So we're going to have to we'll square up the block so it's ready for the next contestant. In the meantime, the judges are checking the video because it's always very difficult to see who wins in a competition so close and get the exact times. So it looks like one through, one not. But we'll have a time to record. Okay, unfortunately for Jack Richards on that round, he jumped the start. So that has cost him his time in the first heat of the stock saw, as I mentioned. Very, very difficult event to win, a very, very easy one to lose. There is just so little time and so much technicality to do something that seems, on the face of it, so simple. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we have it as part of the sport. And of course, for those that don't know, STIHL invented the chainsaw, or the powered chainsaw, in 1926. And what you see in the biggest range that's available in the country is what you see in your local STIHL shop. And of course, it's not just petrol power, as we're seeing here. The battery power has been expanding and expanding over the years, and now STIHL have launched a product called the MSA 300, which is the most powerful battery saw you can buy on this market. So the first time recorded for these heats, Matt Gower putting in a 13.92, and that will be the time to beat. So we'll put that up and see what we can do in the next heats. Next up, let's welcome to the stage from Warkworth, it's Jordan Thomas, and from Invercargill, Sam Unahi.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So away here in heat number 2 in the stock saw Sam Unahi from Invercargill up against Jordan Thomas from Warkworth. And Sam Unahi, he's quicker through the first cut, but he's made a little bit of a stutter start on the second. It's going to give Jordan Thomas a bit of an opportunity as he comes so close to the line. Oh, nice and close it was too. The judges are going to have a very good inspection of the 100mm limit on Jordan Thomas's log. He might be just inside of it, he might be just outside. There's still plenty of chalk there that I can see. So finishing very close together. I think he's got a smile, but I tell you what, it's a very thin smile when I look at the line on that log. So as I said, 13.92 the time to beat so far, put in by Matt Gower in the last heat. Let's have a look, we'll get some times back shortly once we've made sure the judges are satisfied with the cuts. There we go. It was a close run thing over on stand 1, but they're both through. We'll wait to see what those times are.
You could have told us before we cleaned the can up.
So the times are through from the last heat with Jordan Thomas, who was quicker in the heat, coming through at a 15.15.13. Sam coming through at a 15.9 seconds. So Matt Gower with that 13.92 sort of holding sway so far. We'll see what the next heat can do to that time. Let's waste no time and ask Finn Sloan from Blenheim and Sam Bellamy from Stratford to come to the stage, please.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, it's Bellamy against Sloan. Let's have a look and see how they go. It's a young man from Blenheim against a man from Stratford, and Sam Bellamy already got the upper hand. A little bit of a miscut there for Finn Sloan. He won't be happy about that, as Sam Bellamy, the chainsaw technician, knows what to do with one of those, and a nice 2 clean cuts it is. Finn Sloan just on the final few millimetres coming up, and he cuts the second cookie. Nice controlled cut there by Sam Bellamy. We've got 2 discs on the ground. I can see the chalk mark. It looks like they're very straight.
Yeah, it looks like it. Ones are we straightening? Hold on first.
As I mentioned, very easy for things not to go your way when you cut, to have a bounce off the wood, to have the saw just not go in where you want it to go in. I got the thumbs up from both stands, which is a good thing. A good thing. One heat to go, and we've got the 2 that scored the highest points in the previous discipline in the underhand. They'll be facing off against each other. It's a standby action coming your way. And those air brooms that you can see on the stage being used to clear away the chips. Of course, once you've got a battery system from STIHL, you can buy a whole lot of other products that will run with the same battery. Chainsaws, lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, line trimmers, even a concrete saw. And one of the best products at the moment, I reckon, the SGA 85 pressure sprayer. If you do a lot of spraying, it's got an 18 litre capacity and you don't have to pump it. Makes a heck of a difference if you've got to do a big area. Okay, times to hand, 14.09 for Sam Bellamy, enough to put him in the second slot as far as the stock saw goes, 21.89 for Finn Sloan. Let's welcome aboard the last heat, Cleveland Cherry from Tokoroa and Morgan Bolstad from Tau Maranui. So Morgan over on 2, Cleveland on 1. These 2 were the fastest time coming through the underhand, so they'll be looking to cement some good times in here. And for Morgan, a chance to take
warm
top
up your
honours.
saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And a nice pickup by Cleveland Cherry, slightly quicker off the ground than Morgan Bolstad, but it's all about the cut, and it looks like he's been cutting well. Morgan Bolstad first through the first disc. Who's got the better upper? Who's going to balance the power the best? And it's so close. You call it. You call it. This is why we use technology to work out where everyone finished, because that was about as close as you're going to get. So each one of our judges walks up, checks those cookies, make sure they're complete, haven't gone through the limit. Okay, so Matt Hura, the judge, says that the cuts are good, so we just need the times now. I said Matt Gower with that 13.92 holding sway all the way through, but I tell you what, it's going to be tough to beat those two times that we just saw there. And it'll be interesting to see just which one of those was actually quicker than the other. Okay, so some times just come to hand from that last heat. Cleveland Cherry from Tokoroa in 14.04. And Morgan Bolstead just pipped him by a time of 13.98. But what it does tell us is that from your first heat, Matt Gower from Whangamomina with a 13.92 takes out the honours for the stock saw discipline. So well done, Matt. Now you just need to put some more points together as we head towards those totals as we head to the end of the event. But we've got a few disciplines to go, and next up will be the standing chop. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the next event coming up is the standing chop. One of the real traditional parts of wood chopping has always been part of it, and for many of the aficionados of this game, this is the one they like the best, and it's often one that a lot of the competitors like too, particularly the big guys. So as you have a look, there's a block standing in a cradle. If you can imagine that's a tree standing in the forest, Mr. still hasn't invented the chainsaw yet. You've got to get that down. So what are we going to do? We're going to cut it with an axe. They're going to cut it from one side, which is your scarf. And then effectively they're going to go to the back side of it and cut another scarf, which is like your felling cut, if you can imagine using a chainsaw. And then, of course, the tree would be on the ground, and then we'd go to the underhand discipline, but that's another story. The blocks were drawn not long ago, so they've been specially cut. They're poplar, been brought into this event. They've been wrapped and looked after and nurtured so that they're in prime condition for this chopping competition. Each one of the competitors has been on his block. He's marked out where he wants to cut it, where the wood is best. Then he's going to grab one of those tuatahi axes and he's going to cut that thing in two from two sides. So that's what we're going to see. We know you're going to enjoy it. I know that a lot of us do because it's often the favoured event to watch. So as soon as we get these blocks in their cradles, we'll be ready to rock and roll. So these blocks 270mm in diameter. When you get to the standing tomorrow in the open, they will be a bigger block, going out to 300mm. So for those of you that were here for the Women's National Championship this morning, to see Ann Patterson take out the honours and be on deck to represent New Zealand in Rotterdam in May. The standing isn't part of the competition, but it is part for the rookies. So in the rookies we add the standing, which is what you're about to see next, and also the springboard, which you will see last. Now at the end of this event, we go through the scores and we drop off some of the contestants as we go to the next round, and the next round accumulates more points. So for some, this may be do or die to get through to the next round. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're getting ready for the standing competition for the rookies in the STIHL TimberSports 2023 National Championship. The whistle is gone, so that means we need to invite Jordan Thomas and Finn Sloan back to the stage. So Finn Sloan, young man from Blenheim, from Marlborough, will be on the left-hand side on stand number 2. Left-hand side as you look forward. Jordan Thomas on stand number 1. Jordan come all the way down from Warkworth for this event.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away we go. The first blow's hit in for the standing chop competition here with the rookies for the 2023 STIHL TimberSports. Both clearing out the wood, using a nice low stance, both on the turn, exactly the same time as they open up that 270mm block of poplar from the back. A little bit of a stick there for Finn Sloan, might give Jordan Thomas a little bit of an upper hand. Jordan moving most of the wood out as he goes across the face. A little bit of wood left on the far side there for Finn Sloan, but he's putting his drivers in, both of them driving, and oh, I tell you what, Finn Sloan's picked the right spot on the wood. Thought he'd left a little bit on the far side, but it didn't matter. So our first 2 contestants open their account in the standing chop. So our judges will have a quick look, make sure everything's been done by the book. Looking confident so far. And there we have it from Matt Hero. The cuts are good. They're going to score. The times will be recorded. And as I say, they're the ones that are opening the account here in the standing competition. Now you wonder what the judges are looking for on the standing. One of the big things is a thing called slabbing. Now if you look closely, or you've got really good eyesight, better than mine, you'll be able to see nails that have been put in and bent over around the tops of the block, and also you'll see they're around the bottom. What they're there to do is to stop slabbing. So if they scoop the cut, the angle of the axe is a little bit shallow, it can pick up the grain and it can carry the grain right through and completely slab out a piece of wood as if you were splitting firewood almost. Now if they check it and the slab has been cut properly with the axe, then it stands. But if it's actually shown that it's just slabbed off and hasn't been cut, then of course the competitor has a little bit of an issue. So great work being done by our deck crew here today to keep everything going along smoothly. They're all competitors in their own rights in wood chopping competitions, and they come here to help STIHL run this TimberSports event. So we're very, very grateful to these guys in grey.
We'll put the arrows back in the middle then. Both the arrows, but then.
Okay, so the first times to hand in the standing chop competition. As you saw, Jordan Thomas took out the honours with the quicker finish with a 27.85 seconds on his cut. Finn Sloan from Blenheim coming in just after him with a 30.12. So those are the first 2 times recorded.
So this is always the front, so they'll be pointing over here.
So the blocks being put into position. As I mentioned, they've been drawn earlier on. Each one of our axemen will have got his block, gone over it, worked out where the best wood is, marked up his scarves with crayon, marked the centre so he knows where to position his feet on his stance. Now those axes we were talking about is up to $800 for a specialist piece of sporting equipment, but I can tell you now the athletes of the world in this game are quite happy to pay Tuatahi racing axes and saws for their fantastic skill level and quality levels.
you're the one with the false
Sometimes in the standing chop, a competitor might prefer a slightly longer handle. Sometimes also a heavier head, so he may have an axe which is more suited to the standing than perhaps what he would use on underhand.
But they know what way to put it. So we'll get that sorted out. If it's not right,
So many of you have been watching this sport for a long time at A&P shows. What we can tell you is that New Zealand is very, very good at this game, and on a world stage, if you consider over 20 nations compete in the STIHL TimberSports series around the world, when we get there, we're either number 1 or number 2, or we're very, very close to it. So just making sure that the two contestants are happy with the positioning of their blocks by our deck crew. Looks like we're ready to go. Everything is in position. All we're going to do is do a bit of racing.
Hold fire, Shane. Shane. Let's spin this one.
Okay, we're just going to fine-tune the positioning of those blocks for the contestants. Couple of young men in the next heat coming up from the deep south, from Ototo and Invercargill respectively. Come all the way to the mighty Manawatu to come and ply their trade and see if they can take that spot that's awaiting someone to represent New Zealand in STIHL TimberSports in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and that's coming up in May. So really we're into March now. It's not that far away, but a very coveted award, and of course the winner will not only receive the trophy and that opportunity, they'll also receive a fine competition full spec axe supplied by our co-sponsors Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws, who work with STIHL in this TimberSports circuit to bring to you the best event of this type the world has to offer. Let's welcome Jack Richards and Sam Unahi to the stage. Heat number 2.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. Heat number 2. Time to beat so far is going to be that 27.85 as both of these athletes open up that first scarf. Sam Unahi over there on 2, still working away on first scarf, but it's Jack Richards who's first on the turn. Has he done enough on his first scarf to make it easy? We're going to find out very soon. As Sam Unahi in Invercargill crosses over onto the back. Jack Richards hitting away, a little bit of a slight stick there, not going to slow him down though, but at the moment it looks like he's got the upper hand, and boy has he what. Sends the second part of the block halfway across the stage as Sam Unahi still works away. A little bit of a bounce out of there, didn't want to take. Here he goes. Let's hear a bit of support, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Unahi does it. He knocks it off. Okay, we reported before with those times. We had them round perhaps the wrong way. Finn Sloan and Blenheim, who put in the 27.85, holding sway until we see what the times are here. But I tell you what, Jack Richards, young man from Ototo, was in the under-21 competition that we were with in Litchfield later last year. Looked like he's chopping very well. Let's see what he can put down as a time. Well, we've got a clear run, so it's all about the times, isn't it? As we put all those times together, we put them in the placings and they score their points. All those points added together. But once we're finished through here to get into the next round, there will be a cut. And only from then the points get a little bit more as we head for the final, which is new for anyone who's watched us in Rookies in New Zealand. We're going to finish with a springboard competition, so don't go away. Tons of action coming your way here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games in 2023, Palmerston North. Okay, time to get Sam Bellamy and Matt Gower up to the stage here. Heat number 3 it is in the standing discipline within the Rookies. Still TimberSports 2023 National Finals.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, the two big guys up here on the stage with Sam Bellamy from Hawera up against Matt Gower from the Republic of Whangamomina, but it's Sam Bellamy. He's first on the turn as he opens up, gets a bit of a stick to add to his troubles, but he's got the head start here. Has he done enough work on that first scarf? He's been chopping all season. He's been wanting to get to this competition, and he's done it. Sam Bellamy, everyone. The man from Still Shop Hawera, if you want your saw fixed, that's who you go and see. Matt Gower from Whangamomina goes in. He knocks the block off as well. But the match honour is going to go to Sam Bellamy as long as those match officials are satisfied that everything has been done correctly. Having to walk a long way across the real estate to find the tops of the blocks to check them. Just shows the sheer force that's been put in. And we've got the 2 thumbs up there from Matt Harris, so that's going to be a goodie. That's going to count. We know coming out of the first discipline, Sam Bellamy sitting up in that top 3. He's going to want to put in some good scores here. They all want to take home that brand new Tuatara racing axe as the victor. Some prize money, of course, and that opportunity for the number 1 to go to Rotterdam and represent us and beat those pesky Australians. Actually, I should mention it's not just the Australians we're up against, it just feels like it most of the time. Say 20 countries compete, most of the countries from Europe, Canada, the United States. In fact, the United States and Canada are starting to look a lot better than they were in previous years. Really throwing down the gauntlet to the Australasians who go up there every year to try and take all the silverware all the way back home. Righto, just a hand. Sam Bellamy, he looked like he was cutting well in that last heat, and he was too. He's just put in a 22 second and 19 to take the top spot in the discipline. He wants that. We were sitting very well out of our first 2 disciplines, and he's wanting to stack up some points because he knows that the next guys coming up are the ones that he's going to have to beat going on the form so far. But I tell you what, Jack Richards at that 28-21 was holding sway for a while, did very well. Good chop it was Finn Sloan sitting there with a 27.85. So they're still in with a shout. As I said, we've got a lot of countries to beat. Once we get through this and we get to the overseas competitions, you'll see more competition here tomorrow with the Open. And so the winner of that, and we'll pick the team from that, will go to Stuttgart, the home of STIHL. Stuttgart, the home of STIHL. That's getting the pronunciation right, isn't it? Okay, let's get our next two contestants up here. Here are the heavy hitters. It's Cleveland Cherry from Tokoroa and Morgan Bolstad from Taumarunui. So Cleveland Cherry on stand number 1 on the right-hand side as you look towards the big screen. Morgan Bolstad on 2 to the left-hand side. Last minute oiling of the axis just to make sure it slips through that wood, that the chips don't stick.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away we go. The last heat in the standing as the heavy hitters come in. Can they beat Sam Bellamy's time that he recorded in that last heat? Cleveland Cherry, he's been doing a little bit of work. He's been keeping it secret. Gets through to the backside first, but Morgan Bolstad from just up the road there in Taumarunui, he's going to see what he can do. He's got those big hitters coming in from the top. Gets a stick, but it's going to give it to Cleveland Cherry. Morgan Bolstad still working away. He thought it would have gone about 2 blows ago, and he's got it now. So Cleveland Cherry really starting to up the ante here as far as the points go. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a good time recorded as well. We'll have to wait to see what it is and make sure the judges are happy. But going by the last 2 disciplines plus that one, there's a fair chance that someone's going to be making sure that he goes through into the next round onto the single saw, because a couple won't be. So Sam Bellamy, a 22.19, holds sway. And we've got a good clean cut, so we're going to have to find what those times are as we change over, getting ready for round next, which will be single saw. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just a hand here in the standing results from the rookie competition. You just saw the last heat between Cleveland Cherry and Morgan Bolstad. Cleveland Cherry, all quick, 19.17, breaching the 22nd mark he is, and goes to the top spot in the discipline. Morgan Bolstad returning a 25.27. So as I look down the page, Cleveland Cherry was the quickest. Sam Bellamy from Still Shop Harweda with a 22.19 comes in for the third. And it looks as if Morgan Bolstad with a 25.27 certainly keeps his points alive in that third position.
She, when I go to interview her, she's like, got there. I was like, oh, you know okay. Can we hear? Are we going to be able to do it? I'm down here with Finn Sloan, who has been a rookies competitor for a wee while now. You know the sport pretty good. How are you feeling today? How have you been going?
Going averagely, to be fair, but I haven't been putting the most into my training just with life getting in the way, but I'm still happy to be here and having an average day, so what can you ask for? What more?
What keeps you turning up to these events? You know, is it the high energy? Is it the crowds? What is it?
Probably the beers afterwards. This team, all the other rookie competitors, we've all been in a New Zealand junior team outside of STIHL, and we've all become pretty good mates. We all get on like a house on fire, so coming up and seeing your mates is half of the fun, and we also enjoy our sport, so it makes for a good weekend.
I have to say, this rookies competition, they really get behind each other, and you're all definitely good mates. Who have we got our eye on today? Because you've been saying you've been going averagely, but there are a couple at the top that are very, very close.
Yeah, I'd have to say Clifford the Big Red Dog, Cleveland Cherry. He'd be the one to keep an eye on. He's a previous winner. He went to Europe last year and got a pretty good result, so I'll be watching the Big Red Dog personally.
Well, they're preparing now for the single buck, which looks like the worst event at the TimberSports. Do you agree?
Yep. Well, actually, yeah, that or the stock saw. It looks the most simple, but a lot of things can go wrong in a stock saw, but this is the hardest on the body.
Yeah, well, the crowd and everyone that's on the live stream, check this one out because it does look brutal. All the best for the rest of it, Finn.
Beauty, thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for that interview. Now it's being broadcast on live stream, and also we're putting together the full package for Sky Sport, which is why Christina is here with us. So you'll see Finn's interview in detail if you want to listen to how it went again. Okay, you're wondering what we're doing up here because we've had to take a chainsaw to a block that's about to be cut by a handsaw. What we've obviously got is a knot in there that's actually going through the wood, so they need to bring that block back far enough without wasting too much wood, obviously, so that the contestant coming up with the single saw has a clean and fair run at the block. So we'll stop making such a racket shortly and we'll get onto the single saw. Again, just get a look at those still blowers. If you've got one of those, you'll never pick up a conventional broom again, and because you've got the battery and the charger, there's so many other tools that you can add to your repertoire and keep your shed full of all that wonderful orange and light grey machines. Also very good at sending a lot of chips up into the commentary area, I can assure you. I'm absolutely certain that Shane Campbell did that on purpose. Norm wouldn't do that. And we're so grateful to these guys in the grey shirts who are helping us out to run this competition today, because as you can see, without them, things just wouldn't happen. So those two blocks in there are 40 centimetres in diameter, and these are for the single saw competition. They are strobus pine. They are allowed to put a 25 centimetre starting cut in it, and you'll see what they do when they get up to the block. But effectively that's so that they can get a nice clean start to the cut, that it's less likely to jag from the start. So they have their block, they will mark in 25 centimetres, and it'll be depending on how low they stand to the block. And you'll see these big saws come out in a minute. These are made by Tuatara Racing Axes and Saws, of course. Where else would you want to go as far as the New Zealand competitions or anywhere else in the world? But we'll get those saws out and you get to have a look at them. They are very, very fine precision pieces of steel. You're looking at about $3,000 worth of equipment just for one, and you actually need a magician to hone it for you to have it in full race specification. So the saws will be out shortly. We just braced the blocks, everything's in place, just getting the flat floor down underneath them. Just a bit of repositioning of the ply, as it were. Just a bit of stage prep, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's coming your way with a bit more action in the single saw, but we've got to get those bits of ply down where they are best suited to the athletes that are about to use them. And if anyone was here for the Women's Championship this morning, you'll understand just how hard the single saw is aerobically. It is an absolute gut buster, to put it in colloquial Manawatu language. So it looks like we may be able to do without those pieces of ply that we used earlier on in the day. Great weather today, as only the Manawatu can turn on. Nice bit of overcast sky with a gentle zephyr coming down Rangatiki Street, just to keep everything just a little bit cool and stop the paperwork and chips from flying too far. But ideal for wood chopping because you don't have the glare of that bright sunshine, which is certainly what we had last time we were here. And our thoughts are certainly with all of the people affected by the storm over in the last month, both two cyclones that came through. And of course the east coast, our cousins over the other side of the ranges, quite badly affected, as were the people in the Coromandel and Northland. And I see the rural games are contributing a lot for the clean-up cause on that, so well done to the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, who put this event on each year. Great to be back in the Manawatu. Haven't been able to get back here because of a certain thing called COVID, which stopped us doing it last year. So really great to be back right here in the square. So the saws are just coming out now. Cast your eye to the stage and have a look at these beauties. A little bit of oil coating them, because if you breathe on them they rust, such as the high carbon steel rating of these saws. They are precision instruments. Let's get our first two contestants up here, and it's going to be Jordan Thomas and Finn Sloan. So the first thing they'll need to do is they need to cut in their 25 centimetre starting cut. So you can just look and have a look at this. These saws are what we call a peg and raker saw, as opposed to an M-tooth saw. If you want a bit of an easy comparison for those of you that use chainsaws, it's the difference between a chisel chain, if you like the peg and raker, and a semi-chisel chain, which would be the M tooth for tougher wood. But these are racing saws, so these have the fastest cutting combination. Having a look down here, we've got a 3-peg to 1 raker saw, which tends to be common in these competitions. And very soft wood, they may go to a 4. Now, you need to listen to all the stuff I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, because there will be a quiz later. And if not that, if you're in your pub teams, you'll want to know some of the stuff because it's bound to come up. Another thing you can put into your mind for your quiz competitions, we don't call them chips that come from these, we call them noodles. So when you're using one of these big single buck saws, it produces noodles. And you'll see why once they land on the deck.
Okay. Athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So one on the drag, one on the push as they started off. Finn Sloan getting a nice rhythm up. He is Jordan Thomas a little bit slower in the rhythm, but he's now getting it underway now. As we get through the 50% mark on the first block. Oh, I can see a little nod that Jordan Thomas just picked up there, which was unfortunate. Finn Sloan looks like he's got the wood on him. Here it goes. Finn Sloan from Blenheim. Jordan Thomas tries to knock out that last, but now it's getting difficult. He's going to have to get his rhythm back up because, of course, he stopped. And there it is. Jordan Thomas from Warkworth, heat number 1 in the single saw competition. We'll get some times for you. Now, single sawing, very important for New Zealand because it's an event that we have been very, very strong with. Yeah, got the 2 thumbs up there from our judge, Matt Hura. Yeah, when we talk about single sawing and we look at the world competitions, the likes of Jason Wynyard, who still has the fastest time ever recorded with a single saw in the days when we were able to use a wedge and oil. The rules have changed slightly since then, so it has got a little bit slower than those times put in. And of course, someone who's not here tomorrow, who's been a regular competitor in the open final, is David McDonald, who has been the strongest in Sydney. And also you'll see Bobby Dowling tomorrow, who's the fastest in Australia to not be an Australian with the single saw. So this is an event that we do extremely well with. It's a little bit like equestrian and rowing. This is our sweet spot as far as wood chopping goes. So out come the saws. Now there's another name for these saws. If you see them bow or catch or bend, they become very, very difficult to get the momentum up and start again, which is why they have a nickname as a misery whip. Okay, put that one into your pub quiz as well, a misery whip. It is another name for these big cross-cut saws used in this competition. So the saws have been laid out. Let's get our next 2 contestants up. It's Cleveland Cherry and Morgan Bolstad. So the time to beat so far is going to be Finn Sloan at an 18.18. 0.47. So Morgan Bolstad will be on stand number 2. If you're looking from the grandstand, that's on the left-hand side as you look towards the big screen. Cleveland Cherry, who really has been the standout in the competition so far at this rookies level. He is the incumbent New Zealand rookies champion, went to Vienna last year, very unlucky not to get on the podium. Was leading the field through the first 3 disciplines. Just had a few difficulties in the end, but he now treats the Springboard, which is coming up next, as his favourite. So they're in measurements going on that starting cut. Cleveland just running the saw, the back end of the saw through the starting cut to make sure there's no chip in there as he lays the saw in. You can see that brand on his saw saying Tuatahi, so yep, that's the ones they make in Masterton. Great to have Grant Fawcett up here on the stage to explain to us a little bit about what they do and how long they've been doing, and also why they came about.
His 40 mil.
So just checking that starting cut for Morgan Bolstead. It's going to run the measure across it.
Got a prison card there. How much? Thousands.
Bit of a discussion going on there about what it can and can't be, whether it has to be redone. Cleveland Cherry already standing at the ready. Came to our competition, which we had to hold without an audience in Auckland last year. We did televise it on Sky Sport, as we will be televising this particular competition on Sky Sport. Just keep posted on your TV guide or watch some of the still feeds on Facebook, because we'll make sure you know when it's going to be available to watch. And of course, right now we have been live streaming all day. This new Fandangle technology really doing some wonders for the sport, I think. So last year we ran out of time just near the end, and you wouldn't believe how many phones started ringing when they couldn't see the very last bit in the prize giving of the STIHL TimberSports series. So it's amazing what you learn. Okay, discussion still going on here as to where we're going to put this cut. Because of course when they say it needs to be 25 centimetres, it's absolutely no more, not a millimetre cribbed. Because of course that may give just that hair breadth's advantage to a competitor should it be very, very close. So as I said, Finn Sloan from Blenheim putting an 18.18.47 seconds up in the single saw to start the bidding. Open as a count. Right, now you'll see there is a helper on each stand. They have a wedge which they may use to keep the kerf open for the competitor so it doesn't bind back on the saw further down the log.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away they go. Two top competitors in the other competitions that we've seen. Cleveland Cherry really getting into his work. Morgan Bolstead. Oh, and a little bit of a stick that will cost him, but he's not using all the length of the saw, Cleveland Cherry, but he's making up for it with speed, and it's going to be speed that's going to count here. He's got that cookie on the ground. Morgan Bolstead, the young fella, only in the under 21 grade last year, still got a way to go. Puts his cookie on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear a little bit of noise for these young fellas. So Cleveland Cherry just carrying on the form we've seen so far and we saw last year. Now we got clean cuts. Took a little bit to get going, but it's a goodie. So we'll get ready and get the stage set for our next two contestants coming through. We've still got a discipline to go, but Cleveland Cherry looking very, very strong so far. Looking at the score a bit for, I think Sam Bellamy's up there as well. He's got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch him. You need to probably take out this event to do it. Okay, a little bit of trimming work to be done to get rid of a knot that's in the wrong place.
Coming in third place, the senior class of the colleges, fielding high, team 43.
Then it opens up work.
place for All Mixed Clash of the Colleges 2023 is Rathkill, Team 1.
Let's welcome to the stage for our next heat in the single saw competition from Whangamomana, Matthew Gower, and from Ōtoto in Southland, Jack Richards. So just getting the misery whips into position, getting that 25mm starting cut. And of course I want to make sure that starting cut's straight, because one of the things that's going to cause a lot of bother is if it's not straight and you push into the saw, it will bow. And as soon as you bow, the saw stops and you have to go and try and build up all of that momentum again to complete the cut. So the objective is straight, smooth, use the full length of the saw. Sounds really, really simple, doesn't it? But trust me, it's extremely hard to do. And in STIHL TimberSports, we always use the single saw type rather than the double-ended one. All of these saws can be used double-ended with a second handle.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's Jack Richards and Matt Gower taking on the single saw late in the day here in the square. We've got a left-hander here with Jack Richards. Hard to see where he is from where I'm standing. I'll just get down and have another look. But at the moment, Matt Gower's cutting very nicely. He's got good rhythm. Shane Campbell just keeping that curve open. Looks like a very nice cut too. Very efficient there for Matt Gower. And Jack Richards puts his cookie down on the deck. Okay, the time to beat so far put in by Cleveland Cherry in that prior heat was a 13.98. So we'll have a look particularly at Matt Gower here to see what he's managed to put down as a score. Second fastest so far, of course, Finn Sloan from Blenheim with an 18.47. And after this, one more heat to go in the single saw. So stand by. We've got a good clean cut according to Matt Hura and the judges team. Adam Lowe, Neil Richardson. Neil's come all the way from Australia, from Victoria, to help us with this competition as part of the international exchange of judges between countries. Matt Hura did his service over in Australia last week with the Australian Champions Trophy. Came back and shared all the secrets he could about what they're doing in Australia, which of course we need to know because they currently are the most successful country in the sport. We're still following them up, but we need to get back and pass them like we always have before. Right, we've got some times to hand from the last heat. Matt Gower, you saw him finish out first in that matchup with a 17.9 seconds. Jack Richards putting a 23.45 up. So looking at the finishing order as we have it now, Cleveland Cherry still holding sway at 13.98. Matthew Gower at a 17.9, just recorded, will put him into second. And Finn Sloan from Blenheim at an 18.47. But of course, we still have Sam Unahi and Sam Bellamy up. Let's see whether they can bring that time down further. And I know, looking at the points totals as we go through the day for Sam Bellamy, this is going to be a very, very important time that he needs to put down now if he's going to catch Cleveland Cherry from where we sit right now. Tell you what, those air brooms are quiet too. They really don't make much noise. So if you're up early on a Sunday morning and want to clean up around the section, you can use one of those and you're not going to upset the neighbours. How does that sound? And that's before you put the battery out of that into your lawnmower and finish lawns. Let's get these two up to the stage now. Sam Unahi from Invercargill and Sam Bellamy from Stratford. So again, we go through 25 centimetre starting cut to be measured by the judges on a 40 centimetre diameter strobus pine block. So as you've seen, we've used poplar for all of the other events, but we use strobus on these cross-cut saws. And I just mentioned again, there is a helper on each stand, and he has the opportunity to wedge the kerf, that's the cut that the saw's making, so that as they get further down through the cut, the top of the cookie doesn't pinch back on the saw, so he can just keep it away from the saw, but that's all he can do, no more. He may offer some encouragement or advice, but he cannot touch anything, only the wedge.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, it's a north versus south battle here. Sam Bellamy knows he needs to put in a big one. Sam Unahi got a nice style as he goes through, using the full length of the bar. Sam Bellamy now kicking it in, trying to go hard as he does, but I think at the moment it's Sam Unahi might have him, and he does too. There's not a lot in it. Not a lot in it, but we've got to give the honours there to Sam. Okay, we've got the thumbs up for both stands and the times will go forward. So we'll get those for you in a moment. And then we're getting ready for our ultimate event, the Springboard. New to rookies in New Zealand, this will be the first time we do it. It is a single board Springboard competition. So we'll explain a little bit more to you once we get the polls in place. But right now we'll do a little bit of tallying up because we need to find out who goes through to do that, because we drop off 2 contestants as we head through to the Springboard as we go down to 3 heats, and obviously we need to know who's going through. So the time's just back to us now from that last heat. The two Sams, Sam Unahi coming in with a 15.71 to take out the heat. Sam Bellamy very close behind at 15.94, but the fastest time recorded. Cleveland Cherry, 13.98. Quickest time in the single saw. Yeah, and I think he deserves a bit of applause too. I think he's done very, very well. So as I say, stand by. We've got to do a little bit of setup to get the springboard underway. We've got to work out who goes through to that particular discipline. So lots more action coming your way shortly.
I'm down here with our rookies competitor Sam Bellamy, who has been making a real run for the rookies title here today. Sam, talk me through that single buck. It doesn't look like a very nice discipline, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, she's pretty good. We've got a pretty good saw this year, so done a fair bit of training, so hopefully our times will sort of make as many points as we can.
Well, you're certainly no stranger to wood chopping. You've been doing this for many years now, but talk us through last year. You had a bit of a time off. Is it nice to come into the year and sort of focus on the Rookies Championship?
Yeah, so we had 12 months off, had a whole season, and then I chopped here the year before and cut fourth, so we've all come back this year to have another go.
Did you miss it? What makes you come back?
Yeah, the competition really, yeah, the thrive to be the best around really is the one.
Fantastic. There's obviously lots on the line here today. How much would a World's Rookies Championship mean to yourself, and I guess even the other competitors here too?
Oh, it's the one to win. That's the one to be at. Yeah, it means you're number one, so it's the best.
Well, there's an interesting discipline to come. That's the springboard, and it's certainly a good one to watch if you're on the live stream or down here in the crowd. Talk us through that, and it's obviously double points too.
Yeah, it's probably the hardest one. It should be right, only going up one board instead of two usually. So there's a few of the boys in there cut pretty good springboards, but we should be right with that. Yeah.
Do you like the springboard competition? I hear it's the first time it's been held for the rookies here at this time.
Yeah, I only learned to cut it about 8 weeks ago, so I had to learn it to come here. So that's all right. It's a bit of fun, something different.
Fantastic. Well, it's up shortly, so stay tuned.
Yeah, I can't really resist that. Have a look at those tongs and those hooks that they're using to shift those logs around everyone. There's a whole range of that wood handling gear that's available from your friendly STIHL shop, and I think you should pop down and have a look at it, because particularly if you're doing a lot of firewood as we get into autumn heading into winter, you want to have particularly the tongs and the hooks available, or even the pickaroons and hookaroons, which are other things that we have there for handling your firewood. So you heard it here first. Go and see your friendly STIHL shop. They've got a whole range of it in there. As you can see, there's a little bit of construction work going on here on the stage. What we're doing is we're putting in the 4 poles for the springboard competition. Each one of those is 1.8 metres high. And on top of that will be a block of 275 millimetres in diameter that they will need to climb up to and cut in half. So now that the poles are in place, the next step will be for the contestants in the next heats to come in. They'll bring their blocks, which are 11-inch diameter blocks, $275 in the new money. And they'll pop those up on top of the poles. And once they do that, they'll bring their springboards out, and we'll have a little bit of a run through as to what you're about to see.
Cordless power, made by STIHL.
Let me ask you again, are you ready for the 20 teams? Let's get them on stage!
The team relay is a very special event, and the knockout system is like you battle through it, and it's just amazing, just amazing.
When you look at STIHL TimberSports, this is the Olympics of STIHL TimberSports. If that doesn't motivate you, then there's something wrong.
Oh, he's broken the axe handle. He's got to move over and get the other axe.
You know, the more teams, the higher the stakes, the bigger the glory.
Our team's that strong. We don't fear nobody. I reckon they all worry about us.
Felicia Bank on the stock side for Denmark, and she's almost a second faster than Hungary.
That's a very proud moment for me to stand here and represent the women and hopefully kick in the door and allow more women to be a part of the teams.
It's going to be very close between Canada and Poland. Oh, it's Canada! Just by about 2 strokes. The team can smell blood in the water as he's cut it down.
We finished every other places on the podium except the top mark, and I think it would be something that we've been striving for a long time.
100% New Zealand wants to win.
2 more drivers should do it, 1 more, and the block is down. When it comes to how they swing the axe. Single buck set. And now moving over to Nathan Hodges. It looks like it's going to be Australia. 2 more drivers should do it for Glenn Gillam. Nate Hodges playing catch up, but it's not there. Australia does it, the time of 53:24.
Yeah, it was a fantastic competition. It was the fastest all day, and you know, we just love chopping wood and winning gold medals, and it worked out perfectly.
The World Championship is the pinnacle of STIHL TimberSports. Yeah, I think it's overdue for another win. I'm sure I'm good enough to win.
If you're not here to win it, you probably shouldn't be here.
And just narrowing in on 20.63. Brad DeLosa with the time of the day so far.
You know, I've wore the armband for Martin Comrack tonight.
What can I tell you? This event is now become part of my deoxyribonucleic acid, my DNA. It's absolutely fantastic.
Jason hat 9 Titel und das beeindruckt alle auf der Welt.
He's definitely, I think, inspiring a lot of our generation in the sport to stay alive in it and to keep going, even when things do get rough. I don't think that's in my mindset that I couldn't win. It's always been in me to want to be the best in the sport.
The audience went bananas. Whoa. Wait a minute. The adjustment has just been made, and it looks like we now have a new world record with Marcel Dupuis.
And here comes the champion. He's done it again. Representing Australia, the one and only Brad DeLoso.
All the Australian team, still Australia, and everybody's been really right behind me. So it's a real honour to take it out.
So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm going to have your attention for a couple of moments. Some of you may be seasoned wood chopping viewers and some of you may not. So what I'm going to do is give you a quick rundown of the event you're about to see, which is called the Springboard. Now, if you can just try and use a bit of imagination here, if you can imagine that's a tree. It's a tree in the forest and you want to cut it down. But the problem you've got is that there are buttressed roots and knots and hardwood at the base. So it's no use picking up your saw and cutting it off at the bottom, is it? Because you're not going to get through. It's going to be too difficult. So what you need to do is get up above it. And the way they do it, and this is how it was done before Mr. STIHL invented the chainsaw, it had to be done some way, is they will climb up the tree. So they need to cut a hole in this trunk, it's 1.8 metres high in this case, with an axe. Now they'll try and do that in 4 hits if they can get it absolutely right. Obviously if it's not absolutely right, it's going to take more hits. But the idea being that it's a wedge shape and has no chip in the base of it. Then they're going to take one of these things. This is a springboard, often made of aspen or basswood, so it's got a lot of strength to it. It's got a clip on the end which is cast steel. It's called a clip because it looks like a big paper clip. And that there has to go into that hole they've cut and grip and let that board sit out on an angle, preferably straight. Can be a little bit high, can be a little bit low, but it can't go either way too far because it makes it too hard to stand on. And then they climb up on it. And when they climb up on it, that board's got a fair bit of flex. They're also this high off the ground, so if they're not too good at balance, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? So they get their footing on that board, and then they're going to cut this. This is the tree that they're going to cut down, is this block on top. 11 inches in diameter, so they're going to get up on the board and they will place it in the right spot so that when they get to hit that with the axe, it's going to be in the right place, because it's no use putting the board here and trying to reach around and cut it there, is it? They've already marked the block, just as you've seen in the other chopping competitions, to find the best wood to cut. They will cut about 3/4 out of the front scarf. Okay, so all the other events you've seen them go about 50-50 each side. This one they're going to go about 3/4 because they're going to have to use the backhand to cut the back of it. And they'll do it with just, in most cases, just downward strokes, which we call slashes, or slashing strokes. And they'll knock that block into 2 pieces. And when that happens, of course, we stop the clock and we record a time. So that's how the springboard works, and that's the origins of it. So we're not too far away. We're just getting the block set up on top. And then we'll get our first 2 contestants in the first heat out. And you'll see exactly, hopefully, what I've described happen. Okay, looks like we're ready to go here in the Springboard competition. This is the highest points total for each contestant that have made it through this far. And it is the last discipline we have in the 2023 STIHL TimberSports rookie competition. Let's welcome to the stage for heat number 1, Sam Unahi and Finn Sloan.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And so the first pocket's underway now. Now he's set a perfect pockets 4. Let's see how these young fellas go. For a lot of them, Springboard is a reasonably new concept. Finn Sloan, good board, gets the clip in. Goes well, already starting on his first scarf on the block. Sam Unahi now puts the toe in. Gets it in, climbs up on the base, and he's up. Little bit of downward pressure on the back, and it's going to be too much. He's probably going to have to reset, and I can tell you what, Finn's board's doing its best to upset his flow as well as he still keeps working away on the first scarf. Now remember, this is the tree that you can't cut down at the base because the wood is too tough, so they've got to get up high to do it. So he's going to reposition that pocket as Finn Sloan before he goes up and hits the back of that block. He's gone in very high, he's not happy. So Sam Unahi's got a chance here to make a bit of ground if he can just reset his pocket well.
Take it.
So Finn Sloan, second attempt. He got a lot of wood out at the start, but he wasn't happy with it. He's still not happy with it. It's not going to be tight enough on the clip that he can see. So he's going to have to sharpen up the inside so it's got more of a V right there in the pocket. Sam Unahi still working away. He's put a lot of effort in. For those of you that caught the rookies competition last year and the year before, you'll notice that we didn't have the Springboard competition, so it is new. So it's meant for these guys who've had to do a little bit of work to learn how to do it. Now that looks like a good board for Sam Unahi. Finn Sloan still got that advantage where he opened up the scarf earlier on. So let's see if he can just take up that advantage because he's been had to do that extra work on that board. Sam Unahi's got an opportunity here. He's going to be chasing from behind, but he is up at the same time on the board. Finn Sloan, he's got most of the wood out. As I said, they'll go up to about 3/4 of the way through, maybe even 7/8. All they've got to do is get it off. Moving the wood out. He's got a good board, as Finn Sloan. It seems to be keeping and behaving itself now. Sam Unahi's still got a bit of work to do. He's still clearing out the front. Finn Sloan getting enough wood out of the front. Looks like he's trying to take the whole thing off from one side. So the two Southerners up there on the boards in the Springboard competition. First up this time for the rookies. And of course, once we've finished all this and the counting is done, someone's going to Rotterdam to represent New Zealand. Finn Sloan now working on that backhand. Oh, that looks difficult, doesn't it? Got a short handle on there. Sam Unahi's still got a bit of wood to shift in the first side, so it's really Finn Sloan's for the taking. He's got a bit of movement. He's trying to will it off. Puts one in from the front just for good measure as he starts to make it rock. He knows that piece of wood was holding it. I wouldn't ask him a question right now. He probably wouldn't have the breath. And it looks like we've gone over time. 2 minutes to complete. So Finn Sloan, well done, my son. You managed to do it. So the difference between this and what you'll see tomorrow in the open final is they have to put 2 boards in on a much taller pole. These 1.8 metres high. But really good experience for these young fellas. We've got Cleveland Cherry coming up, probably leading the standings into this, but there is, we're not going to say double or triple points because it's quite a difficult mathematical formula to how they do it on a field that's slightly smaller than optimum. But whichever way it goes, there's more points hanging on the Springboard than there were on the other events. So if they can do a good job in this, they can either catch to the front or they can extend their lead to take the competition out. So Matt Hura's got the 2 contestants as we do a bit of a clean-up, and we'll have a word to make sure that which one has done well. And we've got the We'll wait to see if there is a review for any reason. So there you have it, a lot of effort, but unfortunately a DQ on both poles, so we'll have to see what our next two contestants can do.
You happy with that explanation?
So our next two contestants who are stepping up to the poles now will be Morgan Bolstad. He will be in the pole closest to the centre. And he's up against Matt Gower, who will be over on the far side, left-hand side, as you look towards the big screen from the grandstand. So you got the gist of what needs to happen. We explained it before. You've got to see it in action. Let's see if these two can, one, put in some good boards and get that 2 minutes 30. They've got to make sure that they complete the job within that time period.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So here go the pockets. That, as you saw just how important it is to get these right. If they don't hold that board in the right position, you cannot address the block on top with confidence. Matt Gower clears the chips out of the back. Looks like a good board. Gets up, clips in. Board sitting at a good angle with his weight on it. Dislodges his axe. Morgan Bolstad just putting a little bit more effort into that pocket. But a good start here for Matty Gower, the young man from Whangamomana. Takes out the first big chip. He's got a good head start here. Board seems to be holding up okay. A lot of movement in it though, as you can imagine. If you were up even higher than this as you do in the open, you need a good head for heights. Now it looks like a very good board there for Morgan Bolstad. Just dropping down to level now from that position he stuck the clip in. He's got an opportunity to catch us up, and he's chopping very well on this 11-inch block that's sitting up top. It's a poplar block sitting on a pine pole. So at the moment, upper hand belongs to Matt Gower. He's got a little bit more wood out of that face, but it's been Morgan Bolstad who's been catching him all the way through, and I'm absolutely certain Matt knows that he's right behind him, breathing down his neck as it were, trying to get that block done, but he's managed to do it, the young man from the Republic. Morgan Bolstad from Tau Maranui now crosses to the back, puts the slashing strokes in. Not too much wood left to cut. And there it goes. Well done, gentlemen. We hope everyone's enjoying this 2023 Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games STIHL TimberSports competition. We've had the women's competition this morning. We're now coming to the end of the rookies to see who is going to take the crown and represent New Zealand on the world stage in Rotterdam, Netherlands in May. So match referees will just take the final decisions here, make sure the block has been cut correctly. Because you reuse the poles, of course, you can't reuse the pockets, just in case you were wondering. Okay, that's a really good result to get two clean cuts through, and I'm sure Matt Gower will be happy with his work there. So we just need to reset for the final heat. And we've got the two at the top of this leaderboard with Cleveland Cherry and Sam Bellamy. So just stay there. Don't go anywhere. We've got this action to come. Take us a little while just to dislodge those broken blocks up the top and get some fresh ones put up. So Cleveland Cherry's had a look at his block. He's happy with the position. So Shane Campbell and our deck crew can now put in the Buell screws just to lodge that in place, ready for competition. So we're just got to make sure we get that one out that's on Sam Bellamy's pole.
Take a bow. Take a bow.
They're going in.
So when you have a recalcitrant Buell screw that doesn't want to come back out, sometimes you've just got to go back to a little bit of brute force.
Pocket up here. Where else?
Sam Bellamy.
Sam Bellamy, if you can come and just check your block, please.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, don't go away. Plenty of action to come. Don't be put off by a little bit of Manawatu Scotch mist. I mean, we could do with the rain, couldn't we? So just getting Sam Bellamy's block located. Had a little bit of difficulty getting the wreckage from the last round off. It looks like we're making some progress now, and we'll have these last two up. with their opportunity to put a good time in for the Springboard and maybe take out the role as the #1 spot on the podium for the rookies competition and have a chance to join with the World STIHL TimberSports Championship in Rotterdam, Netherlands. So that's on offer, but also the one that they really love to take home is the Tuatahi Racing Axe. It is provided as one of the prizes. You can always tell that's the thing that makes the eyes glow when it's presented to the winner. So just looking down at my scoreboard as the ink's running on it.
Wait for this. It is the worst event. I think you'll be passing share. I'll put it down to that.
Let Ropes know, and he can inform people.
What do you reckon, Ropes? Just let the chef just go. No. We're going to have the worst event, that's the problem. But
how much rain can we tolerate?
That's right.
Soft.
Yeah. No, just had to wait for it to pass.
Soft, warm rain.
Okay. Just let them. No, I'm hoping I'll drink in the rain. Oh, come on. Thank you. Unusual colours, yeah. I'll come to the dark side, mate. Yeah. Well, that's a bummer. Good tomorrow. Just pull out. Just goes away. How have you been? I think what it is using those impact guns, those yellow ones, too hard.
My raincoat's in the car, you'll get drenched.
Yeah, they weren't sunk in. They just stripped the... It might fade for next year. But even that, like slow, it's just like too much slope on the...
People with money
yeah, where do we get our school raincoats from?
What is it? Is that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yeah. Put it on Lloyd's cancelling code.
And they want to be paid.
So as soon as it stops actually precipitating, we can go. Ground will dry out, winds will dry out. Well, of course, you're going to get this when it's the last event of the day coming up, and of course, it is one of the most important heats that we're going to see all day in the rookies competition. We'll just wait for this little shower to go through, and then we can be in action. And of course, as long as their springboards are dry, we're going to be ready to race. So don't go too far away. And of course, once we have completed that, we'll have a good idea as to who's going to be our 2023 STIHL TimberSports rookie champion. So you don't want to go too far. But yeah, just a little bit of the Manawatu dry, just letting us down here for a moment. Once it's gone through, we'll be ready to rock and roll. Okay, it's time, and thanks to all the hardy souls out there who stayed with us to see this last heat in the Springboard competition. 2023 rookies, still TimberSports. Let's welcome to the stage Cleveland Cherry and Sam Bellamy. Right, we're about to see whether we've left the fast to last. Expecting some pretty good run out of these guys.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And stand to your timber indeed as the first pockets go in from these two. Leading the field as we come into this final part of the rookies competition. There's more points on offer. Here's an opportunity for Sam Bellamy to get up there and put some points on. Both have got the board and about the same time. Good boards, the pair of them too. A little bit of a high tail there for Sam Bellamy, but it may pay off as the chop goes forward. Cleveland Cherry, a little bit of a slip there, a little bit of movement on the board. Still working, taking out the front scarf, but at the moment, it's about neck and neck. Sam Bellamy cutting well too, or each blow following in the other one. Very little stepping on his first face, on his first scarf as he gets rid of that wood. He needs to get rid of as much as possible before he turns to the back. Cleveland Cherry knows he's got some work to do. He's got Sam Bellamy breathing down his neck on the points totals. Puts it in, takes the wood out the side, little bit of a stick. Stick also at the same time for Cleveland Cherry. First onto the turn, onto the back. Sam Bellamy, the outdoor power equipment technician from Still Shop Hardware. But I tell you what, Cleveland Cherry, he's pulled it back from nowhere. He really has. And Sam Bellamy very close in behind. Bends down, takes a breath. He's put absolutely everything in to that, but really the honours unofficially look like they're going to go to the Tokoroa tractor operator, Cleveland Cherry, our current still TimberSports rookie champion. Is he going to be into that position again and going forward? Match referee has a bit of a look round. Just make sure everything is right. Steps to the front of the stage. Okay, so they're going to count, and that's what they wanted to know. Now all we've got to do is go and have a look at the scoreboard and see where the positions are going to be. So stand by, because the next time you see us, we're going to be announcing who is going to be the 2023 Still TimberSports New Zealand champion.
With a big speech too.
We got the same dignitaries as last time?
Yes.
Screws you put in
oh, there, yeah. Get some sandbags for tomorrow. Yeah, because you can leave one of those in. Yeah, some bastard will put their toe in. They'll find it. Oh, look, the sun's come out. Beautiful, beautiful. Didn't work out too bad in the end. Do you guys want that further forward? Yeah, we can. Yeah, I think you do. I think you do. Thanks, guys.
Nice and straight.
You're lining up the head. One's off, bro. Seriously, you. Hey, you see, that'll do, and that'll do. How old are you saying? That'll do.
What happens to the liquor back?
Yeah. Hey, I think we are square after all. It's spraying it, they will be in a minute. Yeah. Actually, they're all underrated.
This time around?
Under 25, not under 18. Okay, are we ready to rock it off?
We've got Simon Rutherford.
That's fun. Oh, you see it? Alright. So I see a Jim Moses man shaking hands. Geez, hope it's on camera. Hi Simon. Okay, are we just ready? We've got everything they need. So yeah. Oh, you've got first and you've got second? Yep. So you might want to give that first and then I'll bring the athletes
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the 2023 Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games and the STIHL TimberSports 2023 Rookie National Championship. First, I'd like to welcome to the stage our dignitaries to do our awards, please. First, I'd like to ask STIHL, Marketing Manager of STIHL New Zealand. Simon Rutherford, CEO, Ford New Zealand. And Margaret Kuvalis, who is the Chair of Rural Games. And it's great, we've also got the Rural Games people. I see Jill standing at the back there with the prizes as we are about to present them. Please may I ask each competitor to come on to the stage and stand at the back as you are named. First, Jordan Thomas. Jack Richards. Cleveland Cherry. Sam Unahi. Finn Sloan. Matthew Gower. Morgan Bolstad. And Sam Bellamy. So there they are. Those are the contestants that you've been watching this afternoon. Let's see where the points ended up. So we will start with third position. Now this was a little bit tough because we had equal points. We did a count back on time combined over the events, and there was only a difference of 0.7 of a second. So getting this third spot is no mean feat. And I'm pleased to ask Matthew Gower from Whangamamana to step into the number 3 spot. Second position. Hard fought all day, trying to catch, I think, most of the time. From Stratford, Sam Bellamy. So prize money and trophies all round, but we've got the big one to come. In first position, the Tuatahi Axe, the trophy, and the prize money and the opportunity to represent New Zealand on the stage as our rookie in Rotterdam in the Netherlands in May. It is Cleveland Cherry from Tokoroa. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. Those are the victors in today's rookie competition and our competitors in the rookie competition. And now we all need to stand back because rookies will do what rookies will do. Well done, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed your day with us today. We're going to do it all again tomorrow with the big guns in the open competition. Be there to join us. Around about mid-morning, we'll be getting underway, so make sure you find yourself a good seat in the grandstand or against the fence because it's going to be all action tomorrow. Thanks very much, and we'll see you then.
I look at camera or you?
At me.
Okay.
Yeah, just chat. Here we have our rookies champion, Cleveland Cherry. Congratulations. Talk us through that win. You must be stoked. Back-to-back champions, in fact.
It's good to come back and get another win. It's a shame I only got 4th over in Europe, so give me a chance to chop here again and see how I go. Might end up over there again.
Well, you certainly sounds like you will. I mean, talk me through that Springboard heat just then. You know, when you're up against someone that's sitting second behind you, does the pressure on, knowing as well that it's the Springboard and something that you got further down the line in the World Champs last year?
Springboard's my favourite event, but it's probably my worst event. It's hard going up against old Sam. He can reel you in pretty quick, and he cut a good chop, but managed to pull one off.
Is it something that you've been working on a lot? I mean, you say it's your favourite event, so surely you must enjoy doing it, but especially after the World Champs as well, because, 4th, and you were just a point off the podium spot. So what have you been doing, I guess, since World Champs?
I haven't done too much. Chopped a few at a few shows, and that's about it. Just training pockets, and didn't turn out too bad.
No, it certainly didn't. I mean, talk me through that big event experience. Was it quite eye-opening when you did get to the Rookies World Championship?
Going over to Europe's, it's a lot bigger than here, and the crowds are massive, and everyone gets right into it. It's good.
Do you think you'll be back over at the Rookies World Champ?
We'll see how we go.
Talk me through as well. There's been a few boys and girls around looking at the sport. Have you got any advice for people wanting to give it a go?
Everyone should give it a go, but just talk to the people in your local area. There's normally a show around, and go see them, and they'll point you in the right direction.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing you in action, hopefully at the Rookies World Championship. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that's all the action here for the TimberSports Championships today, but that is not all the action because we have the Men's Championship tomorrow. So you either if you're in Palmerston North, come on down. It's a fantastic event to watch in person, or we'll see you back here on the live stream tomorrow.